So, hello to everybody who's joined nice and early. Sorry for the wee bit of a late start. Just getting one or two wee things sorted out with the camera and the computer and the live stream, etc. And also doing a wee bit of research regarding a couple of the people who are supposedly lining up to be potentially Celtic's new manager in light of Monday's rather acrimonious and sudden departure of Brendan Rodgers, with possibly uncalled for retaliation by the majority shareholder Dermot Desmond. Sounds like what used to be thought to be a very good friendship seems to have completely fallen apart. And everybody's got their own opinion on the rights and wrongs. I think fans are allowed to have their say. Managers are allowed to have their say. Players sort of are allowed to have their say. Certainly ex-players are allowed to have their say. I think Dermot Desmond, being a non-executive director of the club on the board and not being an executive like Nicholson or Mackay, or having a role like the chairman, Peter Lawwell, maybe he's got more freedom to say what he feels. I think his comments were ill-judged, but he's got the perfect right, as any Celtic person, Celtic supporter, etc., to make their opinions clear. Some people might say that he is ruining the club. That is a matter of opinion. I am all for people having their opinions, sharing their opinions, as long as it's all polite, respectful, that there's no nasty name calling, no suggestion that one fan who's got one opinion is any lesser than any other fan who's got a different opinion. We're all allowed to have our opinions. We should all get to share them in a friendly fashion, debate the points if needed, etc. And it sounds to me the splitting up between Rodgers and Desmond was two people who were supposedly good friends for years and years, golf buddies, socially friends, etc. It sounds like it's been a rather nasty breakup, a nasty divorce, or a nasty family feud between two people who were friends. It sounds like the relationship between those two is irreconcilably broken. Who knows what all the truths are? I suspect that there's probably ins and outs, and that there's some truth on both sides of that argument, but we'll probably never know. Great, thanks for joining the G-Man, and I would echo that very much. I think we probably need to get the process in place for bringing in the new manager. My suggestion might be that Celtic might look around for the next 2 to 4 weeks, seeing who is available, who wants the job, who might want the job, who has the credentials to take Celtic forwards. I suspect that they'll probably want to have whoever it is in place for probably the start of December. Gives the new manager quite a number of games to get his feet under the desk, metaphorically. Gives them also a chance for that new manager to work with the scouting department, the recruitment department. Depending on who Celtic are actually lining up, there might be some of that work being done as a preliminary type of thing over the course of the early part of the live stream. We can certainly chat about who people might want to come in to be the manager, but I completely agree. I don't think we shouldn't have a long drawn out process, although I do think that the management team of O'Neill, Maloney, Fotheringham is actually a good combination of obviously Martin O'Neill, one of the best records ever in terms of being a Celtic manager. Sean Maloney, excellent record as an assistant manager, terrible record as a manager by himself, but as an assistant manager, an excellent record. Mark Fotheringham, apparently very, very good record all around the world as an assistant manager and a coach. He's coached in England, coached in Germany, coached in Scotland. So a very experienced coach, and apparently an excellent teacher of people as well. That would certainly be a very good way of interesting one, having some kind of election with all the cardinals, etc., locking themselves away in a room for as long as it takes. It certainly would be. And talking of papal elections, Pope Leo XIV, great to have you join again. And I think Martin O'Neill had a really good start to his second Celtic career. Welcome to you as well, Lauren. Good evening to you. And you're quite right. There's not much going on in the Celtic world. It's been I can't honestly think of, in 50 odd years of being a Celtic supporter, I can't think of a week like that, a week like this, except maybe the week where Celtic looked like they were going to be liquidated and put out of business, either permanently or at least demoted, with losing all their assets. Possibly is the most controversial, traumatic week up until this week. I think there are a lot of things to discuss. Obviously, we can go back to discuss the Hearts game at the weekend, then obviously the rather traumatic, sudden, cataclysmic events on Monday, and then leading into Martin O'Neill being appointed as the caretaker manager with Sean Maloney's assistant late on Monday evening. Very interesting, and I thought great fun press conference between the two of them on Tuesday, and 4-0 win over Falkirk. Now, it was Falkirk. Falkirk currently lying 6th in the table, so in terms of teams for this year, he's been out, Falkirk's been doing pretty well. Up until the game against Celtic, they had 2 wins and 2 defeats in their 4 away games in the Scottish League, so they were certainly not the best team in the Scottish Premiership, certainly not the worst team in the Scottish Premiership based on current forms. It's nice to have people like Sligo Boy and Lauren and Monty and everybody on. As long as we have a nice, pleasant, polite, respectful chat, we're all going to be happy, and we can all have fun having a debate. Well, that was your taking of Dermot Desmond's statement. Reading the language, and a couple of other people who maybe not big football fans, but they are very good at reading body language, very good at understanding language, etc. Certainly the feeling that I was given discussing it with some other people was that there was blame being assigned to Brendan Rodgers, there was blame being assigned to other people, and by far it was not the blame was being put entirely and totally on Brendan Rodgers. They were just simply saying that Brendan Rodgers may well have done some things wrong. He was a bit loose-lipped with letting things which should have been secret and behind the scenes put out in public. There are a lot of different business laws, stock exchange laws, employment laws, confidentiality, all these things which often means that things shouldn't be talked about in press conferences, interviews with the BBC, with Sky, etc. So sometimes, for various different legal reasons and business reasons, things should be kept behind the scenes. And it's entirely possible that some people may take some of the things that Brendan Rodgers said in his press conference, etc. Some people may not feel that they were entirely true. Certainly other people's stories are suggesting some of the things such as control over the transfers in and out, a number of other things. Some people are suggesting that there may well have been some truth in what Dermot Desmond said. Well, again, you make a very valid point. Who knows whether these were the best players available who were willing to come and play for Celtic this summer season? Who knows? Again, all these business dealings for various different employment laws, confidentiality, business laws, stock exchange laws, all these other things are supposed to be kept secret. In general terms, if any of us were to move from one job to another, well, I'll just please kind of reiterate that for a variety of reasons, YouTube doesn't might well shut down the channel. And do we want my channel our channel to get shut down with people using inappropriate language in the comment section? Okay, we're supposed to avoid swearing. We're supposed to avoid things that might get us into legal problems, libel, slander, all these things. The last thing I want is for our channel, our ability to chat amongst friends, to be shut down. I haven't got the legal resources that Dermot Desmond and Brendan Rodgers, etc., have to defend anything if YouTube want to shut my channel down. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for promoting the David 67 channel. I certainly set up the channel, but I have always felt and wanted it to be a channel for possibly older Celtic fans, but certainly happy to have any fan of any age on the channel. But certainly my feeling was a lot of the YouTube channels, a lot of the fan sites didn't really speak to men of my age and women of my age, Celtic fans of my age. So I just thought I would set up a channel, keep myself mentally active in retirement, semi-retirement, and thank you for promoting the channel on other Celtic sites. That's great. A couple of other Celtic YouTubers, such as Keith at Come On the Hoops. He's often mentioned my channel on previous times. So thank you very much for passing on the details. Yes, so that's a really, really good point of view. I have liked Celtic, love Celtic. It's been a big part of my life since I was four years old or so, which is a heck of a long time ago, given the fact I was born in 1967. And so it is good to talk, and it is good to talk with other like-minded Celtic fans, good to talk with other Celtic fans who don't necessarily have the same opinions. Yes, that's a really good point of view. And Lauren, I know you and I both enjoy women's football. They're playing tomorrow evening. I'm not sure if the game's on TV or not, but I know women's football not for everybody. But I enjoy supporting Celtic of all the different sorts of Celtic team, and I say particularly the women's team. It's been nice to bond with my daughter going to see those games. Much nicer going to see them at New Douglas Park than it was at the Excelsior. Particularly nice seeing them at Celtic Park. Anyway, getting back to the Celtic team, I was actually really impressed yesterday with how quickly it appeared that a lot of Celtic's team spirit, team confidence seemed to come back. I was actually really quite amused at the press conference that Martin O'Neill did just after the game with all the press and stuff, and he didn't actually know who what Marcello Soracchi's actual name was. Said he'd only actually met Marcello Soracchi on Wednesday afternoon, and put him into the team on Wednesday evening. And when it came to the press conference at 10 o'clock at night, he couldn't actually remember what Marcello Soracchi's name was. I thought it was quite amusing. However, Marcello Soracchi on the game against Falkirk, brilliant performance. I thought James Forrest was a bit like the old James Forrest for 3 months or 2-3 months this season, you could count probably the number of times James Forrest ever beat anybody out wide, hitting the byline, coming into or coming into the box. And within the first half hour or so, he'd had a diving header that narrowly missed. He had a left-footed shot that shaved the post. He hit the byline a couple of times. He beat players coming inside, outside. He seemed to have a lot more pace, a lot more attacking intent. Whether it's simply he's just coming into form, goodness knows. Whether it was the very positive atmosphere that Sean Maloney created at training, appeared on Tuesday morning. Sean Maloney came into training, very much shared the training session with McGregor and Tierney and Forrest, Ali Johnston and Kasper Schmeichel. Seemed Martin O'Neill claimed all he really did was go around and give the players a bit of confidence, a bit of instructions. Said he didn't really do anything tactically to change them. It was mostly just keep giving them confidence, giving them maybe permission to take some more risks, be a bit more attacking. I don't know. Maybe with the Stramash on Monday evening, maybe Callum McGregor had called some kind of team meeting, get all the players together. There have been stories that in previous times, Callum McGregor and at that time Joe Hart and Greg Taylor, along with Ali Johnson, had called team meetings on a couple of occasions. I don't know. Whatever it was, certainly Celtic seemed to be back to the kind of Celtic that I love watching. And for many of the weeks over the last couple of months, even the whole of this season, Celtic really haven't been playing the way I was hoping for them. Yes, I don't know. It's sometimes with football or sometimes with any organisation, any company, whatever it might be, sometimes things just click. We have to remember players like Chinetki, Balaquisha, Sarachi, Nigrin, to a lesser, I suppose, also Johnny Kenny. He's only really just getting into the teamwork and the tactics and fitting in with everybody else. One thing I thought particularly that changed between Hearts on Sunday and last night against Falkirk was people seemed to be much more in tune about where they were going to be, who was going to make what sorts of runs. Against Hearts, for one reason or another, so many passes went astray, so many interactions between Chinetki, McGregor, Hattati, Engels, Nigrin, Scales, etc., etc. There seemed to be so many passes that went astray. It was unbelievable against Hearts, but suddenly everything clicked. So maybe just everything clicked. I don't know. There's always the thought with any football manager, no matter how brilliant they are, that at some points the dressing room does get kind of stale. They've heard the same messages again and again and again. If you think about people maybe like Forrest, McGregor, Ralston, they were at the club obviously with Brent Rodgers first time around. He's still here now. I don't know. Other example with Brendan Rodgers was in year 3 and 4 at Leicester, and year 3 and 4 at Liverpool. There was the same downturn in form and success and wins and stuff, but at both Leicester and Liverpool. I suspect, like everything in life, it's multifactorial. There's lots of different reasons for things to happen. Yes, Martin O'Neill certainly seems to be absolutely loving being back in the media world. He seems to really like the attention. I really like his manner with the journalists. He talks to people with respect. He uses humour. Very self-effacing. I was really impressed with his press conference last night, in that he basically said that he'd done nothing. All the hard work had been done by Sean Maloney and Mark Fotheringham. Callum McGregor said how brilliantly the Nigrin and Kenny and McGregor and Sarachi and all these people had done. And I thought it was really, really refreshing to have a manager. It was all about the players, all about his coaches and assistant manager. And he laughed and joked and talked with all the reporters. It would appear that he knew hardly any of them. However, I really liked him. So other people might not like a manager who is pleasant, polite, intelligent, respectful, makes jokes, turns all the attention onto the players. I suspect that if and when Celtic's results over the next period of Martin O'Neill don't go so well, I suspect that he will take 90%, 100% of the blame onto himself. But I really liked the interaction between him and Sean Maloney on the Tuesday evening. I liked the way that Sean Maloney talked with about so much pride in being a Celtic assistant manager. I really liked the way that he talked about the senior players, Schmeichel, McGregor, etc. I liked all those things. But other people might not like those things, which is perfectly fine. So I think actually Martin O'Neill, Sean Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus, Strachan, Woods, all the other backroom staff that are still around, I think all of them are going to do a good job. Probably, does anyone think that Martin O'Neill is a long-term goer? Do you think people, would you be happy if Martin O'Neill in 2 weeks' time was appointed the manager on let's say a 2-year contract? Would that be a forward move? I don't know. I think probably Celtic need a younger manager. There are a number of candidates reportedly being put forward. Some of them certainly are younger managers. Probably the most experienced one that's been put forward, other than Martin O'Neill, who some people have put forward, is Kjetil Knutsen, the manager of Bodo Glimt. From what I can gather, his career with Bodo Glimt is coming to the end at the end of November, start of December. The Norwegian season finishes around about then. That's a really interesting analogy, Typhoon McFlustery. It did feel that Celtic Park, Celtic Football Club, the team, the players had kind of come back to life. I think it's entirely understandable. I suspect it's been an extremely traumatic few months for any Celtic fan. I suspect that a good number of the Celtic players are Celtic fans. Obviously, we're all Celtic fans, I suspect, actually, and this might be slightly controversial. Quite a lot of the backroom staff, the coaches, some of the people on the board, I think some of them are lifelong Celtic fans, because I think a lot of them wouldn't be involved in those sorts of roles was it not for the fact that they have that they support Celtic in one way or another. However, that might be slightly controversial. Personally, if I had tons and tons of money, I wouldn't invest it in a club that I don't support or don't at least have a strong liking for, unless my whole only job was to make more and more money, which is the case with one of Celtic's majority shareholders. His organisation's job is to make more and more money. That's the second highest shareholder is Lansel Train Group. Anyway, their job is to make money, so they may not have such a strong desire for Celtic. Yes, so there certainly is a lot of Pat McLaughlin. There certainly is a lot of indications that Knutsen is definitely moving on from Bodo Glimt at the end of the season, at the end of the Norwegian season. That would kind of leave Bodo Glimt a wee bit in the lurch because they're in the Champions League group stage. I can't remember off the top of my head how well they've started their games so far. They are currently, or when I last checked, they were in second place in the Norwegian league with a game in hand. And if they won that, they would go top of the league with 4 games to go. So I think their season ends at the end of November. maybe that's part of the reason that Martin O'Neill was brought in. Maybe the indications are that Celtic have been talking with Knutsen already, and he has already given Celtic a wish list of players he wants to get brought in. Who knows? Other name that's been put forward a lot like that is Kieran McKenna. Today in the press, he was much more suggesting that he wants to stay at Ipswich, whether that's a tactic so that he doesn't burn his bridges with Ipswich, whether it's a tactic to try and whether that's a negotiation tactic, I don't know. Kieran McKenna, how old is he? Kieran McKenna is 39. He has managed 185 games. Success win rate is 45.9. No cups, no leagues. So he has actually the least successful. Yes, I am assured that he is a very, very keen, very, very keen Celtic fan. He, from memory, was born in England and London, but of Northern Irish family, etc. And he has talked about the fact he has great respect for Celtic as a football club, in terms of its history, its achievements, its place in terms of social fabric, etc. But he did say, from what I can glean from reading a couple of articles today, was he seemed to be edging towards wanting to stay at So there are lots of different names out there in terms of potential Celtic managers. I think Celtic certainly need a manager who's got experience, certainly a manager with new ideas, new mindset, take Celtic forward. Some people have put Robbie Keane forward. Robbie Keane, 45 years old. He's won 2 leagues, 1 cup, only managed 105 games as a manager. However, he does have the best success rate of all the people who are currently rumoured to be Celtic managers in the future. He's got a 66.7% win record, which is significantly better than everybody else. There does seem to be quite a lot of animosity against Robbie Keane and his wife because they lived in Israel for a year with Maccabi Tel Aviv and tried not to get involved with politics. Probably if I was living in Israel, I would try not to get involved with politics either. It's not a very good idea and again, we probably shouldn't stray too far down that line. Evening to you as well, Pork Chop Express. Great to have you on the channel as well. Pork Chop Express has been with the David 67 channel pretty much from nearly day one, so wonderful to have you join in. Always full of some very, very interesting ideas, very cleverly put, some great use of language. Oops, sorry. Yes, now that was there's certainly there's a really good point there, Lauren. Something I was going to talk about a wee bit later on in terms of the selection for the game against Rangers on Saturday. On Sunday. Don't think he'll probably change the team around too much. I would certainly say question is whether he wants to bring Kieran Tierney back into the team or leave him on the bench. Sirachi, I thought, played especially well against Falkirk last night. I think Sirachi's actually played well in every game so far that I've seen him playing for Celtic. He's got a good pedigree all round Europe, playing previously. Also played South America as well, played internationally. The question also is whether we bring in Dyson Maida. He had 30 minutes last night against Falkirk. I think he played decently without playing particularly well. However, that's a good 30 minutes of match experience, and he came through that, without any apparent problems. The question would then be whether you would play him as the central striker, dropping Johnny Kenny to the bench, or do they put him on the right wing or the left wing, using Forrest off the bench or Chiniecki off the bench. Very odd comment as well I saw in the press regarding the fact that it was said that Chiniecki would never play at right wing, except he very often plays right wing for Tunisia. But the assertion what in the press was coming out was saying that Chiniecki refuses to play on the right wing. He only will play on the left wing. But for his country, for Tunisia, he actually plays right wing and left wing. And previously with Hammarby and with other clubs he's played for, he has played right and left. So interesting to see whether Maida and Tierney come into the side. I personally would keep Kenny at centre forward, keep Sirachi at left back. Question would be whether Maida is better being kept on the bench and used as an impact player for half an hour or so at the end of it will end from minute 60 onwards. Then we've also got him technically for extra time and penalties if we need it. One of the problems would be if obviously we start Dyson Maida and start Kieran Tierney, and the game did go to extra time like it did the last time we played Rangers in the League Cup. The problem would then be we probably would lose both Maida and Tierney in extra time and in the penalty kicks bit. So I think certainly has got one or two wee conundrums to solve, which is why a person would go for the two players who are 100% fit, i.e. Kenny and Sirachi, rather than the ones where there's slight worries that they may not be 100% fit, i.e. Tierney and Maida. The only thing I would probably change would be potentially using Dyson Maida down the right wing. Although I probably, given how well James Forrest played last night for 60 minutes, maybe give him the first 60 minutes, tell him just to go all out and give all his energy in that 60 minutes, and then bring Dyson Maida on for the last 30 minutes. My worry would be that if we start Dyson Maida and start Kieran Tierney, if they are not quite 100% fit, that they might break down, you're then bringing Sirachi, you're bringing Forrest or Balaquisha or whomever into the team earlier than you would want to. So I think possibly having Tierney and Maida on the bench to start with might be the better option. I am 100% happy for Celtic fans to have their say, protest, lobby the board, lobby the executives, try and change opinions, try and change the narrative. Happy with that. Very happy that any kind of protests or those sorts of meetings are done peacefully and respectfully, and from what I've heard and seen, that was very much the case. I think once the fans are in the ground, I think then the concentration should be on the players, supporting them, cheering them, encouraging them, helping them through difficult moments, celebrating the goals, celebrating good play, and with a minimum amount of banners and chants and stuff that other Celtic fans might find upsetting. I know the target of those banners, etc., are the board members, the executives, etc. But a lot of Celtic fans do get quite upset with chants and so on. So I think for respecting the club, respecting the players, and I think certainly the fans' tremendous support last night really helped the players on. It really encouraged them. So I'm all for fan groups, whoever you want to protest, do it peacefully, do it respectfully, do it within all the rules and all the laws. And then once you're in the ground, it's 100% supporting the players. Yes, no, Lauren, I am very, very hopeful that Celtic can come out firing on all cylinders. I hope they take the big confidence from the game against Falkirk and really kick on against Rangers. It would possibly look like the game against Sturm Graz. It was a wee bit of a false dawn in that they actually played pretty decently against Sturm Graz, created absolute bajillion number of chances, and they put 2 chances away against Sturm Graz. It looked like they were starting to play with confidence and pace, etc. However, against Hearts, it's kind of back to square one. They seem to play very hesitantly, very nervously. But so hopefully the game against Falkirk is moving them forwards. They did seem to more together as a team. They did seem happier with each other, but maybe that's just my green-eyed spectacles, my rosy-eyed spectacles that I see positivity when maybe there's not so much positivity. Well, Monty, you ask a question, who are the fans protesting? The fans are protesting. They're protesting against the executives and the board members and so on. We all know that's what they're doing. But we don't actually know all the real facts from behind the scenes. Maybe part of what Brendan Rodgers was saying was true. Part of what Dermot Desmond was saying was true. People like Mackay, Lawwell and Nicholson, they are all bound by rules and regulations and laws, because as well as being a football club, Celtic also is a business. And there are a lot of Monty, fans aren't happy. No one was happy with the transfer window, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to put 100% animosity, aggression, nastiness, death threats of some horrible banners onto those people. They are trying to do their job. People like Mackay and Nicholson are in charge of lots and lots and lots of people, but ultimately they are the ones who get they get big money for doing what they do, and they're the ones where the buck stops. They're the top of those 2 organizations, and people underneath them weren't doing their job. Maybe I've seen different banners, different slogans, different bits of graffiti and vandalism, but death threats, yes. So, and I think we're getting. I would really be happy, Monty, if we could get on to talking about Celtic, the way ahead, new managers, the game against Rangers, and start being positive. Because I can't remember, I think someone a couple of weeks ago said we should be looking forwards, not backwards. And we're getting rather a bit fixated on looking backwards and backwards and backwards. What Celtic need to do, I think, is move forwards. Anyway, let's get back to talking about the game against Rangers on Sunday. Does anyone have any sort of prediction for how you think the game's going to go against Rangers? You make a good point, Typhoon McFlustery. Things like boycotting the food and the drinks stands, etc., does have an impact on those people. If there's less demand for food at Celtic Park, drinks at Celtic Park, the great majority of the people who work in those stands are 0-hour contracts people. Yes, Portugal make a good point. If you look at the situation at Liverpool, Liverpool have had obviously tremendous season last year, won the league, etc. They've had a particularly poor recent form, 6 defeats in 7 matches, and there are lots of Liverpool fans complaining about the transfer window, even though they spent £450 million. They're complaining about Arne Slot's management, even though he won the title for them last year. And there are people calling for him to be sacked. Yes. I think both teams, both Celtic and Rangers, have had a very traumatic start to the season. Quite a lot of animosity between fans and the players, the coaches. They sacked their manager. Celtic, Brendan Rodgers resigned. Was he forced out? Probably a combination of both those things. So obviously both teams are in transition. It is going to be interesting. Some people are saying that Rangers are playing better. They were within one penalty kick that was missed from drawing yesterday's game. It's difficult to know quite how Rangers are going to set up. I suspect that Martin O'Neill probably has much more knowledge of how the Rangers players play. I think Sean Maloney, Fotheringham, McManus, Strachan, etc., have more knowledge of how the Rangers players play and how the Celtic players play. So I think possibly Celtic's backroom staff and O'Neill has an advantage over the Rangers management team. Certainly, my current thoughts regarding the game against Sunday, is that Celtic will come out winning, particularly if they can keep going with the kind of team spirit, team morale, positive attitude, positive attacking play, creativity as they did last night against Falkirk, coming back to the same sort of way that they played against Sturm Graz, creating lots of chances. It did look like Johnny Kenny was more confident last night, which probably is expectable given the fact he's getting more and more games of first team football. But he certainly looked a lot more confident. He seemed to be showing much better striker instincts, following the Benjamin Nygren shot that hit off the post. He was first to the ball, beating the defender. Good finish there. First to the ball when Nygren headed the ball back across the goal. A couple of other chances he had. Yes, good point, DM McDonald. You are 1,000,000% correct. Nobody has come out of These 3 months, with any credit, I think the comments that Dermot Desmond made on Monday evening were very ill-advised. My suspicion is that before he released those statements, he did get things cleared by his personal lawyers and or the club lawyers, because if he didn't, it is potentially opening up various different things there. I think quite a lot of the atmosphere behind the scenes, I don't think that's very supportive, creative, helpful for the team moving forward. I think nobody has come out of these 3 months in the least bit well. And you make a great point. I think it's what I've been trying to say is that there clearly were problems. It would appear with scouting, recruitment, player contracts, transfer negotiations, etc., that failed to deliver the sorts of players that we wanted. There does appear to be a lot of confusion as to what Celtic's internal structure is. Did note that Chris Sutton was talking quite a lot recently about being really uncertain exactly what Paul Tidsdale's actually doing at the club. Supposed to be some form of player analysis, scouting, recruiting, and analysing the players that we've got, analysing the academy players, analysing players from other clubs, etc. Doesn't really seem to be fulfilling the role that Brendan Rodgers and Nicholson, etc., brought him in for. He does appear to have a lot of power in terms of scouting and recruitment. Several of the stories talked about Tidsdale and Rodgers working together, sending out instructions of who to scout, etc., who to analyse, etc., etc. And so there's lots of different cogs that aren't working. And I totally agree. It's not been. There's lots of people who've not been doing their jobs well. It's not been delivering what we require. However, I think personally that with the players that Celtic had, they should have, and I've said this a few times before, don't want to keep on going back to what we've said before, but we had the players to beat all these various different teams that we didn't beat. Well, it's at the Pork Chop Express. I really hope that's what we're here for. The reason I set up these live streams was for us to have fun together, celebrate Celtic, or commiserate with each other if things aren't going so well. And clearly, over the spell of these 3 months, things have not gone as well as any of us would have hoped. There's been errors, mistakes, underperformances by lots of different people, players, management, coaches, executives, scouts, recruitment people, financial people. Everybody has not been doing the best that they can. Sometimes when you sign new players, it's a matter of luck. You don't quite know how players are going to fit into the system. Some, like Chinyeki, seem to come in straight in and settle down really well. Sirachi has settled down remarkably well, I think, as well. Some players, like Balakwisha, are taking a lot longer to settle in. Nigrin, a wee bit inconsistent, but certainly last night he was very, very impressive. He's had quite a number of very good games for Celtic, a few games where he's not played so well. I don't think Celtic quite have worked out how best to use Benjamin Nigrin. It would appear the way he was playing last night was a good way to use Benjamin Nigrin. He seemed to have a much freer role, seemed to be playing attacking midfielder, second striker. Seemed to get himself into the box a lot, which of course is what he did against Sturm Graz. When it came to Hearts, that was much, much, much less. Yes. I think you've summarised the situation really nicely there, Lauren. I don't think we'll ever know all the ins and outs. unless it goes to some form of rather acrimonious, nasty, long drawn-out court case between Rodgers and Desmond, or between Rodgers and Celtic. That's a possibility. Reportedly, Rodgers has gone to the League Managers Association to get legal advice. I don't know. Maybe these are all just stories made up by the press. The other thing that I get so annoyed by is the stories that appear to be getting created by a lot of different journalists and newspapers and media organisations who have traditionally not been very Celtic friendly over the years. We seem to, as Celtic fans, accept their points of view when it suits our narrative. It was quite interesting. I was watching a thing on YouTube which was involving various different people from the Daily Record. I thought that their angles were rather odd, rather centered on creating a particular narrative to kick Celtic when they were down, rather than being fair, objective, and looking at all the evidence all round. But then that's just my opinion, and other people may have different opinions. Well, Brian Rice, you've got, that's what you think, so that's fine. That's your opinion, and I am 1,000% happy for you to have your opinion. But I don't really appreciate phrases like happy clapper, bored apologist. I'm somebody who's got my opinion, and I've voiced why I have my opinion. There are lots of other people who share my opinions, and there are some people who don't share my opinions. But I don't go around calling people names or implying they're not good Celtic fans simply because they don't agree with you. And football for the whole of my life, supporting Celtic for the whole of my life, has been about talking to people and sharing opinions and lots of different things. And as Celtic fans, we all should actually be, I think personally, polite to each other, respectful to each other, and have different opinions, but very happily share them, and don't go around mudslinging and calling people silly names. We are actually all supposed to be grown-ups and adults. This is not like a playground with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds. These were all supposed to be fully grown adults. So calling people names, being derogatory about them, insulting them, etc., implying they're not good Celtic fans is not the right way. Sorry there, a wee bit of a problem there with the computer. Sorry, it was accidental. Sorry, I'm sorry to everybody. I'm back. Unfortunately, due to a variety of reasons where I live, sometimes with weather conditions, etc., the internet goes down. So I'm fully back. I apologise for the break. So back and happy to discuss with everybody. Sorry about computers being a wee bit temperamental this evening. It's nothing deliberate. It's nothing. It's no conspiracy theory, etc. It is unfortunate that computers not working as well as it should do. Yes. So, Lauren, again, I agree entirely with you there. I think his statement. I think it was a statement done in anger. I think it's a statement partly due to the breakup of what was supposed to be a good friendship that had been enduring for many, many years. Whether that's true, whether that's just stories created by the newspapers and by the various public relations firms, I don't know. But certainly, it does appear that there are contradictions right, left, and centre regarding what everybody has been saying in front of the cameras, behind the cameras, in the press, not in the press. So quite what is true, what's not true, goodness only knows. That's really not a nice thing to say. We're supposed to be having a friendly chat among Celtic fans. I'm having computer problems, as happens to anybody who ever uses the internet. Anybody who does live streams, if you've been on other people's live streams, from time to time, internets go down. I wish I hadn't put that comment up. This is genuinely, I'm having problems with the computer, with the live streams, etc. Do people actually want to have a proper chat about Celtic, or is the intention is let's all be abusive, rude to each other? I'm afraid I can't read absolutely everybody's comment. So if you've got a dispute with other people, have a dispute with other people. That's why I've been trying to say all of this live stream, let's be pleasant, respectful, not calling each other's name, etc. Because what tends to happen is people start to get a wee bit carried away, a wee bit rude, and we're now getting away from talking about Celtic, talking about the game against Rangers, positive things, talking about the game against Falkirk, looking to head to new managers and stuff. Well, okay. Thank you for your comment, the Dr. Strangelove. But I do take these things personally. It's my face on the channel. It's my name. It's my email address, etc. It is me that is ultimately in charge, responsible for the David 67 channel. Thus, if things are not going the way that I would want them to do, it gets to the point where what's the point of doing a live stream? I'm not in it. I enjoy doing the live streams. I enjoyed having a pleasant chat with people. I enjoy having a pleasant debate with people. Okay. As I've said throughout the whole of this live stream, as I said in the promotion for the live stream, don't be nasty to other people. Be respectful. So if we can all be respectful, all these things, all the nastiness and name calling stuff can go away. Yes. So I think what I'll do is I'll just ignore any of this nastiness, all the name calling, and we'll get back to talking about Celtic for those who want to talk about Celtic. So yes, Typhoon McFlustery, really good point. I think Sarachi and Chinieki's line have actually formed a good partnership. I thought Tierney and Chinieki were starting to find good connections as well. I think a lot of these things I was saying a wee bit earlier on is about teams, players within the team learning how each other plays, learning how and where Johnny Kenny likes the ball in terms of crosses and passes. Johnny Kenny did play a wee bit at the end of last season, didn't make terribly many starts, played a few sub-appearances. So I dare say the bulk of Celtic's players didn't quite know how best to provide service for them. Providing service to Johnny Kenny, very different from how it had been providing it for Kyogo before that, or Maeda, etc. So I think a lot of it is building up partnerships, building up relationships, knowing how people like. Yeah, Paul McGuire again, great point. Janecki and Sirachi, good signings. I think those two have been very consistent. I think I would say that Negrin's been a really good signing. I think Kieran Tierney, the more and more he's got fit, has been getting better and better and better. The snag with Kieran Tierney always seems to be on the verge of another injury. He played against Hearts, obviously, at the weekend. It was his second game within quick succession. It seemed, having played against Sturm Graz on the Thursday, then Hearts on the Sunday, that he then had a lot of. He then developed some stiffness, which kept him out of the game against Falkirk. It was a wee bit of a worry. Certainly, with Sirachi, we seem to have a really good deputy replacement for him. There is an argument for playing both Tierney and Sirachi in the same side. At the moment, I would probably go for Sirachi, simply because of the fact he is fully fit. So I would personally go with Sirachi against Rangers on Sunday. There is a thought you might want to play Kieran Tierney as a left-sided centre-back. There have been some points where Liam Scales has played really well, some points where he's not played so well. Kieran Tierney, he has played left-sided centre-back on quite a number of occasions. Kieran Tierney's also got used last season when he was fit enough by Arsenal a bit in midfield. He played a wee bit of midfield for Stevie Clark and the Scotland squad. of your suggestions there, I think personally that Kjetil Knutsen of Bodo Glimt is probably, if he wants the job, he might well be the best option, in that he's won 4 Norwegian titles. He took Bodo Glimt to the Europa League semi-finals last season. He took he's managed Bodo Glimt in the Champions League this year. He has a real talent for bringing through players through the academy teams at his club. He's got a real talent for identifying good players to buy in the transfer market and developing those players, a wee bit along the lines of the Celtic model of buying players, developing for 2 or 3 years and then selling them on. It's something that he's worked with his whole time at Bodo Glimt. He is 57. His win rate's 56%, so it's pretty decent. So he's won 4 titles. He's managed in Europe. He's been successful in Europe, so he might well be a really good option. There are a lot of people suggesting his aspirations might be higher than coming to Celtic. He has been vaguely rumoured with going to one of the English Premier League clubs. He has been linked to other European jobs. Someone said he turned down the Ajax job. I'm not sure whether that's true or not. Another good example that's just come in, Nicky Hayden of Bruges, 45 years old, won a couple of trophies with Bruges, successful managing Bruges in the Champions League. Similar profile of a manager who develops young players well, develops players brought in from transfers into the team, develops them, moves them on. So again, both Knutsen and Hayden have had experience working within the way that Celtic tend to manage their financial things and player development and so on. I have a wee bit of a worry regarding Kieran McKenna's age, relative inexperience. Similarly with Robbie Keane, relative inexperience managing at the highest level. I would personally go for a more experienced manager, and I think both Hayden and Knutsen would be good ones. Ange Postecoglou, I think that's not a viable option. I suspect that having had a massive payout by Spurs and a massive payout by Nottingham Forest, having been sacked by both of them, that he really isn't in the market for a job at this time. I think he's probably going to look at his options. I wonder whether he takes a sort of sabbatical from football and comes back summer of 2026 after the World Cup. There'll be quite a lot of jobs internationally and in various different European leagues and maybe Saudi leagues at that point. So I don't see Postecoglou. So to answer your question, I've gone a long way around. I would be very happy with Hayden, very happy with Knutsen. There may be other names out there. People have talked about Marco Rose, who used to manage at Borussia Dortmund. Terzic, who also was a Borussia Dortmund coach. I don't know whether those are viable options. McKenna, certainly one of the things is very much thought to be an up-and-coming manager. He's been rumoured to go to a couple of different English Premier League managed jobs, having been at Ipswich, still is at Ipswich. He's never actually won anything, no league titles. He got Ipswich promoted, then relegated straight away. Reportedly wasted or spent a heck of a lot of money at Ipswich, and they came straight back down. And they're sort of languishing mid-table and not really getting back up the table to challenge for promotion again. So I personally would be a wee bit sceptical. The other thing is reportedly at Ipswich, he's on £5 million a year, which is even more than they gave Brendan Rodgers, who reportedly was on £3 million a year. Hi to you as well. Gary and Cheryl Simpson, and it's certainly it's a name that when the morning after the Rodgers resignation, Rodgers leaving the club, it certainly was one of the names that was put forward was Marco Rose. I think possibly if he wants to come to Celtic, he's obviously a manager with experience, a manager with pedigree, managed in one of the most high-profile leagues in the world, managed a big club with big support. I would tend to agree with that. I wasn't massively impressed with Ipswich's way of playing last season. My understanding was he did bring a lot of players in. Did bring a lot of players in. They didn't really integrate into his team. They got relegated, obviously, back to the English Championship, and say they're struggling to get themselves re-promoted. He's not really a name that I'd ever heard of up until, again, a couple of days ago. One of the viewer subscribers, a guy who goes under the name Clashman Numpty, he put forward Wilfred Nancy as a name. My understanding is he's a French manager who has had big success in Major League Soccer. Not an awful lot of Major League Soccer managers have come from Major League Soccer and managed well in Europe. I watched Ipswich matches. Okay, so answer your point, Monty. Yes, I watched Ipswich matches on Sky. I watched highlights on a weekly basis on Match of the Day on BBC. So when Ipswich were playing on Sky and I was free to watch them, particularly when they were playing Liverpool, which is the team in England I also support, yes, I watched Ipswich on a fairly regular basis last season. Other people are very impressed with Kieran McKenna. I'm just saying I wasn't that impressed. Unlike quite a number of managers who've taken their teams from the English Championship into the Premier League and kept them up. So you think about the Nottingham Forest, the Bournemouths, the Brentfords, quite a number of other managers. They've successfully got their team into the league and then kept them there, and they've got stronger and stronger, better and better players. I think the definition of a good manager is somebody who takes the players and makes them better, takes the players and turns them into a team, takes the players and analyzes how all those players play best together, works out who's best in what positions. If you need to get away from your usual way of playing, you swap from a 4-3-3 to a 3-5-2, a 4-4-2, a 4-4-1-1, or whatever you do. And you also have the flexibility during a game to change from one formation to the other, and the players know automatically how to move through the different formations. And you also have really good abilities for man management, motivation, psychology. So I think the really great managers, like the Jock Steens, for example, Martin O'Neill's, have all those talents: player analysis, tactical flexibility, ability to manage people, to manage teams, to motivate players, give players confidence if players are down in their confidence or not playing so well, work out why they're not playing so well and get them playing better. Also, I think bringing through players from academy football, identifying players you want your scouting department, recruitment department to go for, all these are all the skills you need to be a good manager. And slightly in some forms of international European football and world football, sometimes just having an extremely big wage budget can make you much more successful than you maybe are. So, Brian Rice, yes, that's a very good question. if you're thinking in terms of long term, possibly playing, giving Johnny Kenny the start against Rangers is a good option, in that he showed a lot of promise, a lot of good skills, scored 2 goals against Falkirk. It was just Falkirk. But still, Falkirk have been doing decently this season. They're obviously considerably better than Dundee over the whole season so far this season. I don't think Dyson Maid is happiest playing out wide on the right. He prefers to play wide on the left. It'd be a wee bit unfair, I think, to drop Chinyeki, who's been playing left side of attack really, really well. It's probably a bit unfair to drop Johnny Kenny, having scored 2 goals. James Forrest played really well, I thought, yesterday, although he did seem to lose his energy, lose his speed as the game went on. I think personally, for the game against Rangers on Saturday, especially because there's probably still some doubts regarding Dyson Maida's ability to last a full 90 minutes as a starter, is probably using him on the bench, seeing how the first 60 minutes goes, and then bringing him on. And the other benefit of that would be if the game did go to extra time, again, you've got Dyson Maida available for the extra time period as well, and less tired. Yes, so I think Paul Maguire, I think that's a reasonable point of view. I think if we were confident that Dyson Maida was 100% fit, I think you would slot him in either as the main striker or on the right wing. I think because there are still some doubts regarding his fitness, I would probably start him on the bench and then use them coming off the bench for probably James Forrest, depending a wee bit on how Celtic are playing. I don't think Benjamin Nygren is at his best as a true wide right player. Of course, we don't have to get all our width from the right-sided attacking players. Arnie Engels, in his time with Augsburg in Germany, did quite often drift out into a sort of right-wing position on a regular basis. Less so with Anthony Ralston, but certainly Donovan, very good at bombing forward and getting into the sort of wide right position. Ralston did a pretty decent job against Falkirk, although the other games this season, just recently, he's not been so good at getting forward. So I think I quite like your theory, Paul Maguire, of giving Forrest the start, bringing Maid on at half-time, bringing Maid on at 60 minutes, depending how the game's going. I think also Martin Neal is a very flexible person. Don't think he would be against trying 2 people up front. His great years as a Celtic manager, very often he had Sutton or Hartson with Larsson playing off him. He had quite a lot of width with players like Didier Gat bombing it up and down the right wing. I think Martin O'Neill was really quite flexible within his system when he was the Celtic manager before. And I don't think he would be averse at different times using 2 players playing up front. One of the good things we have got is we would have a player like Dyson Maida who could play off of more of a target man. Nygren and Balakwisha have both played that sort of role for previous teams. Luis Suarez was certainly a great player for Liverpool, scored a ton of goals, very temperamental player, obviously got himself into massive problems with that situation with Patrice Evra. He's got himself in trouble pretty much wherever he's gone, all around the world. Does have a reputation of biting players in club football and international football. Tremendously talented goal scorer for Liverpool especially. Yes. I like the fact that Nygren was kind of here, there, everywhere, all over the place. Got himself into the box on a really regular basis, much like he did against Sturm Graz. Set up 2 goals, scored a goal. I thought it was quite interesting that Kenny and Negrin both got taken off with about 25 minutes to go. Suggests they're both being penciled in as starters for the game against Rangers. I think it was really important to give Dyes and Maida half an hour. Yes, I don't think James Forrest has the ability to play a full 90 minutes for Celtic. The question is whether you give him 45 minutes, 60 minutes, and then take him off. He certainly, when Celtic did have a good renaissance to their season in 23-24, with that spell where we went from the Hearts 2-0 defeat, undefeated for the rest of the season, winning every single game apart from the 3-3 draw against Rangers. James Forrest was a big factor in that. That got him back into the Scottish international squad. I think, however, he's just not got the energy, the pace to last a whole game. So the question is whether you start him, take him off the or play him off the bench. It doesn't seem this season to be much of a threat coming off the bench. So I would be inclined at the moment, with there being doubts about Maida's full fitness, using him as the starter. I think Dr. Strangelove, the Dr. Strangelove, that's true up to a point. However, I do think if teams are playing deep defensive against you, is the more players you get into the final third, the more overlaps and overloads, the more problems you give a team who's defending by getting players into the box, getting players out wide, swapping players from side to side, using different ways of getting the ball into the box. I think a lot of teams, when they get confronted with 8, 9, 10-man defences, is they tend to kind of bombard it. They don't show enough flexibility. So I do think having full-backs overlapping, particularly if a team is playing 8, 9 people as defensive players with one centre forward hanging about on the halfway line, I think you can certainly commit more and more players forward, especially if they've got good pace and energy to get back to defend, much like Donovan, Ralston, Johnson when he's fit. Sarachi, less so. Tierney, although that's getting better and better. So I think you can safely have Scales or Trusty, probably Trusty because he's got more pace than Scales, hanging back, pushing everybody forwards. But I think flexibility, biding your time's fine, but I think also having 4 or 5 players in the box overloads people in the box, and that's also really useful. Yes, so possession is really important, and Celtic, I think there's only been, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think pretty much every single game this season where I've done the stats of possession and etc., Celtic has massively dominated pretty much every team. I think there's one team that we've played so far this season where we've had less possession than them. Just this season, we have not been using the ball as well as we have in previous seasons. We hadn't generally been getting the ball forward quickly. We hadn't been quick enough swapping the ball from right to left. Getting the ball forward, I thought Luke McCowan's pass to set up Chineki's 4th goal was a brilliant pass, really well weighted, right where Chineki needed to run onto it. I don't think we've really been playing those sorts of ambitious, risky passes quite so much. Slightly on Sunday, Liam Scales did pump a few good balls over the top for Johnny Kenny to run onto. He didn't quite, I think, have a full anticipation that's what Scales was going to do. But I think that's a good tactic. I don't think Kenny quite has the amount of pace that a Maeda or a Kyogo, when Kyogo was there, or a Yamada or an Osman has to get that ball over the top. But with practice, you simply get you get better able to work out where exactly to put the ball for your striker to run onto, and you adapt that depending whether it's Maeda up front, or Kenny up front, or assuming he gets back fit in the near future, Kelechi Iheanacho up front. I think certainly with the way that things are developing, Iheanacho is probably going to drop down to number 3. Yep. Van Helsing, another interesting name. I think I identify a lot with what you're saying there. I thought Celtic played the way that Celtic plays. It was like watching Celtic from previous years. I enjoyed watching the game last night. I haven't enjoyed watching terribly many games so far this season. And so I think Martin O'Neill obviously is a considerably better manager than the Rangers manager. As I also was saying a wee bit earlier on, I think Celtic's backroom staff obviously have a handle far better on the Rangers squad and the Celtic squad than more so than the Rangers manager, and his backroom staff will have uncertain so far whether the new manager at Rangers has managed to bring their people together. I suspect with him it's going to take a lot longer to bring his players together into a team. I think with the benefit of people who've already been there at Celtic for a number of years, Strachan, Woods, people like McManus who's been in the background, Sean Maloney who's been obviously at Celtic for about 6 months or so. I think all these things are really helping Martin O'Neill get used to and get to know his players. Okay, that's interesting. I wouldn't have known who the person was, but it's an interesting theory. It would be entirely normal in any organisation if they're having problems is to get outside help, someone coming into the club who may well have different answers, different solutions, different ways of working things out. And so it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, is to bring in outside help, outside expertise, look at the club, look at things that may be better solutions, get players, get coaches, get managers, recruitment staff, etc., all better lined up. Yes, so it's a long time since the Celtic over the course of 2025 have been rather inconsistent, pretty much ever since we got knocked out of the Champions League knockout stage with Bayern Munich. Since that point, the end of January, the end of the winter transfer window, that point onwards, Celtic's been rather inconsistent, some really good games, some poor games. We had obviously a really disappointing defeat to St Johnstone, really disappointing defeat to Rangers, really disappointing cup final defeat on penalties. So we did actually have quite inconsistent form throughout the whole of 2025. To be fair to what Trump expressed, to be fair to Negrin, I think he's top of the list for goals and top of the list for assists so far this season. I think he's got 5 goals and 6 assists, so he's top of the tables for both those things. But I do agree. If there was a way of someone working with Benjamin Nygren to improve his finishing, he has actually a good record scoring all round Scandinavia with his previous teams. Has a couple of international goals for Sweden, but he does seem at times to maybe snatch his finishes, panic when he gets a chance to score. So maybe if someone could work with him to improve his finishing accuracy. I wasn't aware that I was doing loud groans or exiting the camera. Due to a couple of health conditions I've got, I do actually have at times some difficulty with my breathing. So I am sorry if I have been groaning and exiting the camera. So I do apologise. Yes. I think Nygren's a really talented player. Big success in his previous clubs in Scandinavia. Played international football. Has scored goals wherever he's gone. And to be fair to him, top of my head, 5 goals, 6 assists. Pretty decent start to the season. As Lauren's saying in a wee comment down here, we got him for about 1.5, 2 million. That was partly because his contract was soon to expire with his club. I think his contract was going to be up at the end of 2025, so he was about 6 months from the end of his contract. So we got him for a few £1 million less than he would have been had we bought him 6 months before. Yes, so. Whether the price was 1.5, 1.7, I think we've got a really good player. Pork Chop Express, you make a really good point there as well regarding Yang. I think Yang's got talent. He just is so inconsistent. And I think he also is a player who confidence is a massive thing for him. And I don't think he's, for a variety of reasons, felt very confident since he came to Scotland. Relatively young player, massive cultural shift coming from South Korea to Scotland. Very quickly, his 2 South Korean teammates left the club. All got transferred off to Belgium. Kwon never really got much of a chance in the Celtic first team. Had loan spells at St Mirren at Hibs. He then got transferred away off to French football. So I think also maybe Yang feels rather isolated. And I think he maybe just hasn't really fitted in terribly well with the Celtic lifestyle, Scottish lifestyle. I think he's a very inconsistent player. He's got talent, he's got speed, he's got finishing ability. He just does not deliver that on a consistent game by game basis. Did score 6 goals and 6 assists last season, which was reasonable given the fact he's mostly coming off the bench. But I personally think it probably Celtic sooner or later should cut their losses and let Yang leave the club and develop and prosper elsewhere. I think given the fact he's been here for 3 years, probably Celtic's given him as much of a chance as possible. There was a wee comment earlier on regarding Paolo Bernardo being next in line rather than Hatate. It's a few comments back, so I wasn't ignoring the comment. I think that's a really good point. Again, Paolo Bernardo is another player who obviously we signed last summer for £4 million, pretty big outlay. He's never really, since that signing 12 months ago, 15 months ago, he's never really got himself an established place in the team. He's not made terribly many starts. He has had one or two injury problems. I think Paulo Bernardo clearly, on his loan spell with Celtic and his ability to lead the team for the Portuguese under-21 side, I think he is actually a really, really good player. I don't really think we've quite worked out. I don't think we've really quite worked out how best to use Paulo Bernardo either. I have a strong feeling that Rio Hatate is probably leaving the club in January. So probably, if that's the case, and Martin O'Neill, etc., know that Hatate is definitely in line to leave the club in January, maybe in that case we move McCowan and Paulo Bernardo up into the front line as being the backups to Engels and Nygren and McGregor as our main midfield three. I think certainly having some form of established partnership between whoever it's going to be on a really regular basis again allows them to form a partnership amongst the three of them. Most of last season, Hatate, McGregor, and Engels were our midfield three. I think they developed relationships, partnerships, understandings, and that's been kind of disrupted with Rio Hatate having been injured, and then Nygren coming into the fold as well. And I think it's taken Celtic a bit of time to get used to each other again. I think there is an argument, in my opinion, and again it's just my opinion. I think there is an argument to say that maybe Rio Hatate, that might well be a factor. I have a feeling that Dyson Maeda is a player who has a real, very strong work ethic. I think he's a player who probably also realises with the injury problems and the drop in form he's had off and on throughout this season so far, he maybe thinks to get himself back fully into the shop window and to guarantee his Japan squad for next year's World Cup. I think he might well be a player who commits the next 6 months or whatever it is from now, October, November through to the end of May. I think he might be a player that commits his future and all his efforts to playing for Celtic for the next 6 months or so, and then look to move in the summer. I've got a feeling that Hatate's been wanting to get away for the last 12 months, 18 months. I think he would have been away over the summer window had it not been for the fact that he ended last season injured. It's certainly Paulo Bernardo has had a few starts for Celtic, a few times off the bench. I think he's a decent player. I think he's a player probably who needs to play beside McGregor, beside Engels, or whoever it's going to be for a few games, developing those understandings, partnerships, working out who goes forward, who drops back, who covers for each other, etc. Lawrence, a good question. I don't know off the top of my head when Hatate's contract is up. I think he's with the club for a wee bit longer than that. I think Hatate at his age, the fact that his international career has stalled a bit, he's very much dropped out of the reckoning with the Japanese international manager. Just a wee second, just checking on Transfer Market what. Right, it says that Rio Hatate's contract with Celtic runs right through to the 31st of May 2028. So he's basically got the best part of 2.5, 3 years left on his contract. So he's actually under contract with Celtic until May, June of 2028. So his Celtic theoretically could keep him as long as they like. I've got a feeling that Hatate would have been away last summer, and I've got a strong feeling that he will be, assuming that he's fit at the end of the season, he'll be away this summer. So I think Yang was a player with a lot of good talent, a lot of good skills. He hasn't developed with Celtic for one reason or another. And I think it's probably time to cut our losses and move him on. I think with the players that Celtic do have now, and the fact that we do actually have a few players in the academy and B team football, yes. I think that's part of the problem that Rio Hatate is going to have is he going to be a wee bit like as happened with Kyogo? Obviously, Kyogo moved from Celtic to a pretty good, not a really top flight team in France with Rennes, but a good team in France with Rennes. He had a pretty terrible half a season with them. He's now dropped down to playing for Birmingham. So I do wonder whether he's going to have who might come for Rio Hatate. Of course, every possibility that there may well be quite a number of Japanese clubs lining up to bring him back to Japan. Ideguchi, who was with Celtic for a wee short while, that's what ended up happening with him. He went back to Japan on loan, had a really good loan spell back in Japanese football, and then Celtic transferred him back to Japanese football. So it may well be that Rio Hatate's next career move, assuming that he leaves this winter or next summer, would be to go off to back to Japanese football, which might well resurrect his career, because he's probably still young enough that he could come back to European football. Yeah. Yes, so that's kind of what I was saying, Pat McLaughlin. I could easily see Hatate going back to Japanese football. He, when he was back in Japan over the long summer holidays that he and Maeda got given, Hatate was actually getting involved with quite a bit of coaching of young players. Can't remember exactly what club that was through, but I think he'd gone back to whichever had gone back to one of the clubs he'd played at before, and had been doing coaching with their younger players, their boys, their academy players. So maybe so yes, Pat McLaughlin, nice football related comment there. Yes, I could see Hatate going back to Japanese football at the end this winter, or possibly more likely next summer. The Japanese season finishes late in the year, then reopens in the springtime. So it probably would actually be a good time for him to leave in January, to go back home to Japan, a couple of months of post-season, and then into a first team squad with the Japanese team. That might even get him back into the international team. Yes, Pope Leo the 14th, I think, is a really good point. I think personally that Daisen Maeda will come back strong over the next 5-6 months or so. I think he'll get himself back into the shop window for, I would guess, a proposed transfer next summer. Obviously keeps him fully in the mind of the Japanese international manager, which I think is important for those players who've got international aspirations. I think that might also benefit us with Austin Trusty. He's been on the fringes of the American international squad. He kind of lost his place in the international squad to Cameron Carter-Vickers. I know they were together in the same international squad, but Trusty kind of dropped out and Carter-Vickers remained in. I can't see with what they're suggesting with Cameron Carter-Vickers' Achilles tendon problem. I can't see him coming back to play for Celtic this season, which means also he won't be in contention to be part of the American international side. I think in terms of players leaving the club in January, I would think there's a strong chance that Yang goes. He was very, very close to leaving Celtic to go to Birmingham during the summer transfer window. That seemed to get cancelled at the last minute. Probably not terribly good for Yang's confidence either. I think he was unlike Maeda, who had an expectation he was going to leave. The stories are that that Yang actually was down in Birmingham, and then there were one or two problems with the contract, and then Celtic recalled him and cancelled the transfer. So in terms of players leaving, I could easily see Rio Hatate leaving the club in the winter. I can easily see Yang leaving the club in the winter. I would guess that pretty much everybody else will stay. There is an argument to say possibly sending Shin Yamada out on loan, Callum Osmond out on loan. That might be a viable option for the second half of the season. Depends a wee bit on who's in charge of Celtic going into that transfer window, whether they see those players as part of their long-term plan at Celtic. I was personally impressed with the wee bits that we saw of Shin Yamada. Must be quite a big culture shock coming from Japanese football into Scottish football. We were quite lucky that Kyogo, Hatate and Maeda all took to Scottish football like a duck to water. Other Japanese players that we've had in the past, Shunsuke Nakamura, absolutely brilliant player, played really, really well for Celtic straight away. Players like Ideguchi and Kobayashi obviously did not at all well adapt to Scottish football, and then left us pretty soon. So my personal feeling also with regards to backing the new manager, I think you would have to say if Celtic are going to commit to a brand new manager, which they clearly have to do, I think there's a small outside option that Martin O'Neill remains as the caretaker interim manager for the duration of this season, presuming that Celtic have someone concrete lined up to come in right at the start of, or right at the end of the season, basically, to take Celtic forward. Can see a small possibility of Martin O'Neill remaining with Maloney and Fotheringham and so on as a coaching staff, as a temporary interim thing. I can see that happening as a small possibility. However, getting back to the point, I'm sorry, I'm blethering a bit. I think if Celtic bring in a brand new manager, let's say in December, I think they've got to commit a significant transfer chest to that manager, and that to allow that manager to mould the squad he's got with existing players, and getting players in that fit his system. Or another possibility with managers such as Ange Postecoglou, it would appear also with Martin O'Neill, is the manager having really good adaptability to fit the players he's got into the system, and then slowly adapting the system, adding players that fit the system better. Ange Postecoglou inherited not a terribly good squad. We lost quite a few players in the transfer window right at the end of Postecoglou's first month. However, little by little, he moulded the players into the team. He used quite a number of academy players and B team players and backup players, turned it into a good side. He then added good players in his first winter window with O'Reilly, Hatate, and Maeda. Added more good quality players the following summer, more good quality players such as Alistair Johnson the following winter. So I think whoever comes in, I think that new manager will have an expectation of a good, strong, big war chest of transfer funds to add to the squad he's got. He may have to slightly adapt the way he manages to use the players that are already at the club, fit them as best he can into a good starting 11. It did look like the flexibility that Martin O'Neill brought, along with the help of Maloney, etc., maybe did mould these players a wee bit better. Or maybe it's just the players suddenly started playing better. I think it's an excellent point, Lauren. I think quite a lot of the players of that age group, the academy under-19 team who also played in the B League, I think that they got a lot of benefit playing in the under-19 Champions League, which definitely put them playing at a higher and higher level of football. And I think that really brings them on. I'm not convinced that playing against Hearts B or East Fife or the various different teams in the Lowland League, I'm not really convinced that's really will bring any of those players forward. I think probably it's better for those sorts of players once they outgrow the academy to move on to being on loan at Partick Thistle, Ayr, Raith Rovers, St Johnstone, etc. So playing Scottish Championship football, or maybe even for some of them moving to play for Livingston or St Mirren or Ross County or whatever it might be, or moving down to play for English Championship or English First Division teams. I think all those things will bring players forward. Clearly worked with Callum McGregor all those years ago. Sorry, everybody, for more problems with the camera and the live stream software. Sorry for things freezing. So I apologise for the fact that the camera stopped working and the internet stopped working where I lived. That's all it was. I can't remember whose comment it was. I haven't got off the top of my head a comparison of how much Postecoglou spent, how much Brendan Rodgers spent. If we can certainly, if people want to talk about it, I can certainly do some research over the next week, and we can put up a wee slide next week. So yes, sorry, I hopefully have fixed the camera. Hopefully you can all hear me. My vague recollection of the transfer spending of not this summer, but the summer before, i.e. the summer where we brought in Engels, Ida, Trusty, Paolo Bernardo, Luke McCowan. We also got, obviously, Kasper Schmeichel in on a free transfer that summer. Pretty much what we spent, we got back in terms of player transfers. Primarily, that would have been the transfer of Matt O'Reilly off to Brighton. So plus one or two other transfer out the club at that point. We sold Kyogo for a remarkable amount of money. Pretty much the money we spent on Jota was offset by the money that we got by selling, in essence, swapping Kyogo for Jota. We pretty much got about the same amount of money in to buy Jota to replace for what we got when we sold Kyogo to the same club. Yes, so if people want me to do that, I could certainly over the next couple of days or so do put that together. We are a couple of weeks away from an international break. I could do a video that looked at transfers in and out, balancing the various different transfer budgets. Clearly, this summer we got in terms of transfers out more than we spent in terms of transfers coming in. Always a wee bit difficult also knowing quite what the outlay is regarding bringing in players in terms of things like contracts and salaries and bonuses and agent fees and all these kind of things. So we did bring in Kieran Tierney on a free transfer. There is, obviously with Kieran Tierney, there was quite a big outlay in terms of his contract. Many stories, money suggestions are suggesting that Kieran Tierney is either on £2 million a year or £2.5 million a year. You got a 4 or a 5 year contract. It's a big financial outlay to bring in Kieran Tierney. So even though he was an absolute free, it was a free transfer. We obviously with him, there would be quite a large. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. Sorry, there'd be quite a large outlay in terms of agent fees, and obviously a very large outlay in terms of his contract for the next 4 or 5 years. But clearly, the money we got for selling Lagerbielke, the money we got for selling Tilio, obviously the big amount of money we got for selling Kuhn, we got more money into the club rather than what we got in terms of buying players in terms of straight transfer fees in and out. Bit complicated also, as I say, with agent fees and all the other things that can be associated with transfers. Those are more hidden costs rather than the flat transfer fee. And nowadays, transfer fees are often undisclosed for a variety of reasons as well. It's an interesting question. The doctor, Strangelove, the doctor. I'm very happy to have a look at that over the next few days. We could either talk about it next Thursday, or I could do it and pop it into a video. Some of the Ange Postecoglou signings didn't work out so well, obviously. Ideguchi didn't work out so well. Kobayashi didn't work out so well. One or two other players, Yang, didn't work out so well. Some of the Postecoglou signings then became Rodgers players. Some of them never really established themselves in the Brendan Rodgers team, etc. So we then ended up signing them on, like now Tilio, Lagerbielke. I think probably Nawrocki probably will be gone at the end of the season. Luis Palma doing really, really well in Polish football, playing in a different sort of position than we ever used him at Celtic. My understanding is that Lech Poznan have a price they can buy Palma for at the end of this season, but it's not one of the ones where there's a definite, this is the price and Luis Palma will become a Lech Poznan player automatically at the end of the season if that price is paid. I think it's an optional thing rather than a compulsory purchase. I think it is quite interesting that quite a lot of players have left Celtic and prospered elsewhere. Lagerbielke and Palma are probably the best examples of recently. Iwata last season, another player who's gone on to be a big success elsewhere. Obviously previous to that as well. When I've never ever been a great fan in any walk of life of going back to a job I'd ever done before. I don't think it generally works. People going back to jobs they've done before, going back to work for companies they've worked before, etc. There aren't terribly many managers in the history of football who've left a club and gone back to the club and things have gone well having gone back to the club. So I was quite sceptical when Brendan Rodgers came back to Celtic in June 2023, simply because the general experience is people don't do terribly well for a variety of reasons going back to a club where they've been before or a company they've been before. Which is another reason that although I really, really, really like Ange Postecoglou as a manager, as a person, as a person to motivate players and interact with the press and journalists and pundits and stuff. Again, as much as I liked him as a manager and as a person, I would be skeptical about him coming back to Celtic. Similarly, because there may well be some gremlins and some grumbles and some relationships that maybe broke down in Ange Postecoglou's last wee bit with Celtic, with people who are still at the club, be it players, be it coaches, physios, scouting, etc. Quite a lot of the things that were in place when Postecoglou left the club in terms of recruitment and scouting, physio, sports science, quite a few of those people moved on for one reason or another. I think Sligo Boy, I think had Ange Postecoglou carried on at Spurs with the full squad that he had when he first joined Spurs, he had terrible problems with injuries in his squad in the second season. He had a pretty successful first season. He did, after all, win the Europa League last season with a team that was full of less experienced players, less good quality players. He did actually get them, although they were nearly rock bottom in the league, just a position or two above relegation zone. He did actually get them all the way to the Europa League final. He did win the Europa League, which of course got Spurs straight into the Champions League the next year. I think probably had the Spurs management, Daniel Levy, etc., kept Postecoglou, I think probably this season he would be having the same success that the new Spurs manager has had at the club as well. Yes, Billy O'Neill was, to all intents and purposes, obviously brilliant captain for Celtic. relatively good success rate as a Celtic manager, as an Aberdeen manager, didn't really do terribly well from memory in English football, came back to Scottish football and back to Celtic, had a reasonable success, but not nearly as good the second time as he had the first time. It generally doesn't work out from my vague memories and thoughts over the years that it works terribly well, going back to a club, having been away, then coming back. To be fair to Brendan Rodgers, he won 4 trophies with Celtic out of 6 in his second spell with Celtic. We're in the semi-finals of the League Cup, so it's a wee bit similar to the situation where Brendan Rodgers left us first time around to go down to Leicester, in that we'd already won the League Cup and we were top of the league and a round or two into the Scottish Cup at that point. So there's an argument to say that the success that Neil Lennon got in the second part of that season was strongly linked to the team that Rodgers had left him. So 4 trophies out of 6 is, in anybody's money, a good outlay, a good success rate. And so, however, I'm not great. I think Celtic, for a variety of reasons, need a new broom, a new manager, maybe retaining 1 or 2 of the current coaching staff and bringing in brand new coaches, brand new backroom staff to take Celtic forward. Ange Postecoglou mostly pretty much kept the same management coaching staff that had been at the club already. He did bring in, over the years, 1 or 2 of his own people. Harry Kewell was one of Ange's team. Damien Duff also was part of Postecoglou's team. He obviously moved on. Harry Kewell kind of left under a wee bit of a cloud, left Celtic. He's not been terribly successful elsewhere. So personally, I would be very keen for Celtic to have somebody new. Now, the fact that Martin O'Neill's been away from Celtic for 20 years, I think in a lot of ways he would be a new manager, a new broom. I'm not really convinced that Martin O'Neill, who I think to the best of my knowledge is 73 years old, I'm not really convinced that he's got the energy, etc., to be a manager in modern day football. I think it's a very, very intensive job. There aren't terribly many managers who stay at the highest level at one club for a long, long spell. People like Alex Ferguson at Man United, Arsene Wenger at Arsenal. Those are kind of a breed of manager that's kind of gone forever. There are hardly any managers who've been at any really big club for more than 3 or 4 years. Pretty much everybody goes to a club for 2 or 3 years and then moves on somewhere else, either moving on to a different job or getting sacked, which happens extremely quickly. Pretty amazing the number of managers who've been sacked already in the English Premier League. Obviously, Rangers brought in a manager this summer and sacked him within 3 months or so. Ange Postecoglou survived 39 days at Nottingham Forest. So clearly, managing a top big club is a lot more difficult than it used to be. Although I think in a lot of ways, Martin O'Neill would be is a very different manager in a lot of ways from the way that Brendan Rodgers managed the club. Yes, I as I said, I wouldn't be that surprised if Martin O'Neill and the Maloney and Fotheringham, etc., continue to deliver good results for Celtic throughout November. Wouldn't be too surprised to hear that he's been kept on as the caretaker manager to the end of the 25-26 season. I wouldn't be too surprised to see that. I think more likely Celtic's intention is to do a process over the next month and bring someone in for December, which then gives the new manager a month to get used to his squad, a month to assess gaps, etc., and then to work with recruitment and scouting, etc. And if it's a manager like Knutsen or Hayden coming from Bruges, they probably also have quite a number of players that they had been looking at for their previous club, that they could then say, well, this player and that player and that player who I was looking at for Bodo Glimt or for Bruges, I think he'd really work well for Celtic, so let's go after him in January. Nice to have you back, Sligo boy. Always full of good comments. Nice to have you back on the channel, back able to concentrate, etc. Yes, my personal feeling is probably when presumably Dermot Desmond talked to him on Monday afternoon. Maybe it was Peter Lawwell, maybe it was Michael Nicholson, maybe it was one of these conference calls of all of them. My suspicion is probably the plan was come in, be the manager for 4 weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, etc. Take us up to the start of December or whatever, or just take us up to when we get a brand new manager. I don't think Martin O'Neill, I don't think his thought process at the moment is to be at Celtic for much more than a few months. It did appear on admittedly on quite brief evidence. I think he really enjoyed all the attention, being back, rolling his sleeves up to get a team ready for a game. I think he enjoyed the press conferences, enjoyed the training, he enjoyed the post-match stuff. I think he loved the fact that the crowd were so welcoming for him. So I could see a possibility of him committing 6 months or whatever to be Celtic's caretaker manager to take us through to the start of next season. I don't see him being at Celtic any longer than that, and my personal feeling, he's probably around for a month or two at most. It's interesting. Roberto Martinez has been linked with Celtic in the past. He's got obviously links to Scotland. From memory, his wife, I think, is from Motherwell. From his previous time in Scottish football, he clearly worked very well with Sean Maloney, primarily for Belgium. I think he is. He would be an interesting choice to come in to be the Celtic manager. I think Sean Maloney is a good assistant manager, terrible manager as the main manager. He had a rotten record. Wherever he's been the main manager, he's had a poor record. He's been a really good manager, assistant manager rather. So I think there are definitely people in the world who are much better assistant managers or coaches than they are when they're actually in charge fully by themselves. So it would be an interesting choice to have Roberto Martinez, and as I say, maybe the intention, maybe there's a plan to keep O'Neill longer than just a month or two. But who knows what all the plans are? Who knows which particular managers will want to come and be Celtic's manager? there's an assumption that everybody wants to come and be the Celtic manager. Everybody wants to come and play for Celtic. Unfortunately, as much as I would love that to be true, I don't think it's the case. I don't think personally a person as intelligent or experienced or with such a great success rate, particularly at Celtic and also at Leicester, obviously, I don't think Martin O'Neill would come into the club without his eyes fully wide open, without a lot of assurances that this would happen, that would happen. So I don't see Martin O'Neill giving up a very, very, very good career in media punditry, very good career in public speaking, going to various different footballing events. I don't think that Martin O'Neill would come into this job without having his eyes wide open. So that's my personal opinion. Other people might have different opinions about various different things. I think that's something I said a wee while ago. I think Dermot Desmond was completely wrong to put that statement out. However, as I'm pretty sure, he would have had to have got some form of legal approval to put it out. So I suspect there is some form of evidence to back that up. But this is just assumption, supposition. None of us actually know what is or isn't the case, because none of this is actually shared with us for a variety of reasons. So I think it's an extremely complex thing. I don't see Dermot Desmond, a massively successful businessman, multi-billionaire already. I don't see him saying these things without there being something to back that up. If it ever went to any kind of court case, employment tribunal type of thing, etc. So I don't see him saying those things unless he had something to corroborate some of what he'd said. But again, that's just supposition, assumptions, all these different things. Yes, I wouldn't quite put Derry Jerry. Wouldn't quite put it like that. But Robbie Keane, quite a lot of people put forward Robbie Keane's name, put forward Damien Duff's name. Damien Duff, obviously, experience having been at Celtic as a coaching staff, lifelong Celtic supporter, has had success in Irish football. He's currently doing work for UEFA and FIFA at the moment. A lot of people suggested he was going to be the new Ireland international manager after the World Cup. He hasn't actually put his hat into the ring metaphorically to get the Celtic job. I think someone was raising that point of people actually putting in their CVs, putting in their applications. I think the process regarding getting new managers is probably a wee bit different than it used to be. I think it's probably people like Lawwell and primarily Mackay and Nicholson will be contacting various different footballing agents, league manager associations, those kind of network type of things to see who's available, who's interested, etc. Rather than sort of the more old-fashioned way of job applications. I think it's a wee bit more modernised. I think it's liaising with football agents who are agents for managers, etc., rather than a direct and job application, etc. So certainly, coming back to the Robbie Keane story, there certainly does seem to be a very strong animosity against Robbie Keane in terms of him coming to Celtic. I'm not convinced that his success in Israeli football for one season, and then success going to Ferencváros. He won the championship in Hungary straight away. Ferencváros were in a very similar position to Celtic in terms of qualifying for the Champions League, i.e., they failed to qualify. I think they had they would have had two qualifying rounds to get into the Champions League, rather than us who had one. But either way, they didn't get through their qualifying rounds to get into the Champions League. I think he's doing decently well in the current Hungarian season. I would be a bit sceptical regarding his lack of experience as a manager, for him coming to manage a really big club like Celtic. That's the reason I wouldn't go for Robbie Keane. I would personally try and stay clear of all the politics of that kind of situation, but other people believe politics is much more important. I think he was in a very difficult situation, given where he was managing. He left that country as soon as he could, won the title, then left the club, left the country, and then got the job in Hungary. I don't personally see him as being the next Celtic manager, but who knows what's going to happen. If we've been speaking, when we did speak this time last week, it was Friday rather than Thursday, we had the live stream. I don't think any of us really envisaged that by Monday evening that the manager we'd had for 2 and a bit seasons would be out the door, and that we'd be getting the manager we had 20 years ago back in as manager. I don't think anybody would have predicted that. I also have a feeling that neither Dermot Desmond or Brendan Rodgers or Michael Nicholson would have predicted on last Friday evening that by Monday that we would have had such a cataclysmic, massive change in leadership in terms of the leadership of the club, in terms of management and so on. In terms of, someone was putting forward in terms of sacking the CEO, Michael Nicholson, that would be a decision, I would guess, for the board members and the shareholders. Another option, of course, is that Michael Nicholson might choose to resign, move somewhere else. He, from knowing his CV, very, very highly qualified lawyer, was a lead partner in a very successful legal firm in Scotland. He also has degrees from Harvard Law and Harvard Business School, and had a good reputation in terms of previous work. He'd worked his way up through the Celtic jobs, starting in legal department, starting in company secretary, moved up through the ranks to become CEO, replacing effectively Peter Lawwell, who moved out of being CEO for many, many years, came back as the chairman instead. But if we were going to sack Michael Nicholson, and I've never seen any kind of suggestion that's the case, but who knows? It would take a joint decision of all the board members, so primarily Dermot Desmond and the second biggest shareholder. You put those two together, you've got about 48%. You then would require some other people to put forward the motion to have him sacked. Who knows? So Michael Nicholson, his qualifications are legal degree, business degree. He'd been working within Celtic's organisation for quite a number of years, moving up through the ranks, moving up through the seniority, taking over the CEO. So he had quite a big background in helping run the club as in a different sort of role underneath Lawwell, who was at that point the chief executive officer. I think Finn Bell, if you want to talk about this, I think Michael Nicholson, in terms of financially managing the club, is doing a pretty good job. I think one of the rationales behind them keeping extra money in the bank was the worry about there being quite a big hole in Celtic's finances if they didn't get into the Champions League. Celtic did make quite a massive commitment in terms of player salaries for people like Jota, Maeda, Tierney, etc., etc. Celtic also increased the salaries, the wages for all the non-playing staff, so people working in the groundsmen, the maintenance people, the finance people, all the people behind the scenes. They also had wage rises over the last year, 18 months as well, to the level of inflation and a wee bit above. So I think Celtic does actually have a really, really big wage budget this year and next year. And obviously we're not going to have the Champions League money this year to bail us out. I think common sense is always a really good thing to have, no matter what job you do. So one could say, one could say Michael Nicholson, clearly a person with academically very good, high law degree, business degree, studied at Harvard, etc. So a person with lots of intelligence. He is a person who's worked his way through the Celtic organisation, learned under other people. In terms of financially managing the club, done really well. Celtic's share price is going up and up and up. It had a bit of a dip. It seems to have actually gone up quite a number of points since Brendan Rodgers left the club. I don't know quite what that means, but it certainly does suggest that business investors, stocks and shares people, etc., do think that Celtic is a good financial risk, and in general terms, a good company to invest in, a good club to invest in. I think modern day football is an awful lot more. It is a big business, and while still being a football club. It is an interesting point, and certainly Celtic do, to all intents and purposes, they do have a big, strong bank balance. They have money in the bank to buy players. As I said, it would be really, 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 really good if there was some form of clear the air presentation, and the Michael Nicholsons, the Mackays, etc., and head of recruitment, head of scouting came for a big press conference, presented all the evidence, said, we went for this player, this player, this player, this player, and this player. This player chose to go to play for Club A. We matched his contract, but he chose to go to such and such. But you start to get involved in an awful lot of legalities regarding confidentiality, business dealings, etc. So I'm not quite sure how open they can be, but I think they should be so much more open. And I'm hoping the AGM in a few weeks' time, there's a lot more openness and sharing of information and clear speaking as to why things didn't go well in the transfer window and what they're going to do to change it, how they've changed those organizations. Have people been sacked? Have people been demoted? Have other people been promoted? Have they changed the way they're doing things? Have they adopted this wonderful system that Hearts have got? It certainly seems to have worked well for Hearts. They've been very good recruiting players to come to Hearts. I would guess that Celtic probably have some form of system very similar to that. But if they don't, maybe they should. I would, yes, sorry, there's, yes, I think it's a really good point. I think some of the people who are invested in Celtic and shareholders at Celtic, I think they're in it for the money. So I think I keep on forgetting what the group's name, but the second biggest shareholder is a company called Lindo Train or Linzo Train, who basically are a financial management company, and they are the second biggest shareholder. I personally can't see Dermot Desmond committing so much money to Celtic about, 25, 30 years ago, buying it over from Fergus McCann. I can't see him investing all that money in Celtic back then if he wasn't a Celtic fan. And my understanding is he's been a lifelong Celtic fan, and he put his passion for the club and his money in the same place to buy out Fergus McCann and let Fergus McCann disappear off with a reasonable profit for all the money that he invested in all the changes he made at Celtic, which took Celtic from being about to go out of business to being a much stronger financial club. So my personal feeling is Dermot Desmond is in it possibly partly for money, but possibly more for the access and the prestige and the importance it gives him to be the Celtic majority shareholder. But I'm not an expert in any of these things. It's just kind of things I put together. So, Dermot Desmond has 34% of the shares in Celtic, so he is the majority shareholder. Generally, if you've got a 34% share in a company or a football club or whatever, you often have to form alliances with other people who are major shareholders. So I suspect that there are probably other people who are major shareholders in Celtic with whom he's got alliances, so that there's a voting block. So that that things get moved through AGMs and board meetings and stuff. So yeah, so I'm a million percent agree with what you're saying there. Strange love the doctor. Yes, everybody, all the stakeholders in Celtic, be it the ones like us, the players, the coaches, the backroom staff, the non-playing staff, the non-footballing staff, and the shareholders, the investors, everybody should be getting kept up to speed, up to the information levels as best they can. I do accept that Bruges do manage things well. The thing about Bruges, however, is Hayden at Bruges has won 2 trophies with Bruges in his sort of 2-3 seasons there. So Bruges have been champions of Belgium. They've fallen beneath Union Saint-Gilloise. They've fallen underneath Anderlecht. They've fallen underneath Royal Antwerp. There are a lot of teams in Belgian football who challenge for the title. So Bruges have not dominated Belgian football the way that Celtic have in Scotland for the last 15 years. Because after all, we've won the league pretty much every year for the last 15 years. We've won doubles and trebles over that same period of time. So Celtic's been massively dominant in Scottish football. We've not had the success that would usually follow on from that in European football. Bruges, probably due to the fact that the top few teams in Belgium are much stronger than the top few teams in Scotland. So maybe the fact that their league games against second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth are higher quality than our games against second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, etc. Maybe that's something that's keeping on Bruges getting better and better. They've also been really good with their transfer policy of bringing in players, selling them on, developing their own players. I think there are a lot of things that Celtic could potentially learn from Bruges. So maybe bringing in Hayden from Bruges as our new manager, brings in quite a lot of his good practices that he learned as the Bruges manager, maybe the same who get Kjetil Knutsen coming from Bodø Glimt. He also can bring the methods that were used at Bodø Glimt. Bodø Glimt, a very successful team in Norway, small market, but they've punched way above their weight in terms of European football the last 2 or 3 seasons under him. Sorry. Personally, I would what I would really like to see is any kind of situation where Celtic win the league. Obviously, it was really nerve-wracking that year. It was similar to when Celtic threw the title away on the last day of the season at Motherwell with the future Celtics player Scott McDonald, apparently a lifelong Celtic fan. All his family were Celtic fans. He cost us the title on the last day of the season, although in effect it was our players that cost us the title on the last day of the season. So I would love to see Celtic win the title one way or the other. It was pretty nerve-wracking, I don't know, on the last day of the season that year. But any which way that Celtic win the title will be absolutely brilliant for me. I do think, and a lot of people on the channel and on other Celtic forums have kind of said that they think that the Heart bubble is going to burst sooner or later. I watched the highlights of the St Mirren Hearts game last night. I couldn't really quite see why that St Mirren third goal was disallowed. Supposedly somebody was offside and blocked Lawrence Shankland's tracking back run. I honestly still can't really see why that goal was disallowed. It seemed to be, as is sometimes the case with VAR decisions, it seems to be that the VAR referees and officials are desperate to find some way to disallow the goal, and frantically search for any possible excuse to cancel the goal. What Hearts have been really good at doing this season is winning games from losing positions and drawing games from losing positions and not throwing away leads when they get leads. But those kind of coming from behind victories or getting a draw out of a game that you're about to lose, that bubble tends to burst, much like Aberdeen's bubble burst around about this time last season, right up until the League Cup semi-final on the 2nd of November last season. Aberdeen were easy-peasy with Celtic. They'd come to Celtic Park and drawn 2-2. Then we played them in the League Cup semi-final and thumped them 6-0, and their season went down and down and down after that. My feeling is that Hearts, over the next month or two, as fixtures get more and more congested, we get into the festive period, playing 2-3 games a week, that things like injuries, suspensions are going to start to build up. I've got the feeling that there are 2 centre-backs who've been massively important for Hearts at both ends of the pitch. I've got a feeling that they're probably going to pick up too many yellow cards and start missing games here, then everywhere. And I think Hearts' bubble will burst. There is talk that Hearts are looking to reinvest more money in the winter transfer window using their wonderful scouting computer system. My feeling is they probably won't be able to attract the same quality of players as Celtic might be able to attract in the winter window. However, if they're leading the Scottish Premiership by a good margin, maybe they will do. My personal feeling is that given the fact that Celtic are currently without a permanent manager, the presumption would be over the next month or so we will correct that and get a permanent manager in. And so I think no manager is going to come in to manage Celtic without an assurance that there's going to be a significant funds for transfers in January and significant funds for transfers in in June, July, and August. One of the problems, of course, a lot of clubs are going to have is that a lot of players around the world and around at Celtic, for example, are going to be missing players who are away playing in the World Cup in America, Canada, Mexico. We've got quite a number of players who definitely will be away at the World Cup. Chuneki being one example. Maeda, if he's still a Celtic player, he'll be away because Japan's qualified. Alistair Johnson of Canada, obviously he's pre-qualified by being Canadian. I have a feeling that of Austin Trusty does play for Celtic from now until the end of the season. Pretty sure he'll get back into the American squad. So there's going to be quite a lot of problems with players playing in the World Cup and missing a lot of the pre-season. Celtic do win the title and we're into the Champions League qualifiers. Again, we're going to be playing really, really early. And so we might well be playing with a reduced squad. So there may be also a feature in the January transfer window for looking at players who are really good quality, but they're not going to be involved in the World Cup. That way, they're available to play for us in the early rounds of the Champions League. Now, I read somewhere, and don't quote me on it, that Bloom, because he's got an interest in Brighton and he's got an interest in Union Saint-Gilloise in Belgium, that he has restrictions in terms of how much money he can spend on Hearts. I don't know all the ins and outs in that, and that may have been also somebody who didn't fully understand all the systems. His primary club does appear to be Brighton. That's obviously the club that's got the biggest finances. It's in the biggest league. It's got the biggest TV money, the biggest merchandising, all these things. Brighton did get themselves into the Europa League or the Conference League previously. I think their aspirations would be for that level. So I can certainly see him putting more money into Brighton than he does into Hearts. Much the same as the people who own Rangers also own Leeds in the English Premier League. I can then also see them investing a lot more money in Leeds than they do in Rangers. That was rumoured to be part of the reason why Gerrard didn't come back to manage Rangers, was a lack of assurances regarding what his transfer budget would be in January. A lot of people are saying that Rangers won't be able to buy anybody unless they sell people to create funds to buy people in January. I don't know whether that's true or not, but then there's been some stories saying that. However, Celtic, brand new manager comes in, let's say in December. I'm very sure that there will be a strong assurance that Celtic will have a good big transfer budget. We may also be able to add to that transfer budget with players like Hatate, Yang, players like that also moving on. That also should generate a bit of cash as well, and move players out who maybe have passed their sell by date at Celtic. Yes, I thought I was actually watching the game between Celtic and Hearts last Sunday. I thought they've got good team spirit. They've got a manager who changed the team, changed the tactics, adapted. He picked up on the areas where Celtic, for roughly from minute 10 to minute 40, Celtic were the better side. We scored the equaliser. Negrin should really have scored the goal to put us 2-1 up. It did feel like at half-time, McInnes made a few changes to the team, brought Shanklin back to a deeper role to more get in the way of McGregor, cut down McGregor's ability. Their full-backs and centre-backs pulled back a bit to block out some of the space that Chiniecki and Kenny were getting in behind them. So it felt like that McInnes of Hearts changed things and made some good substitutions and some good tactical tweaks. And I think they're a well-managed team. I think they've got excellent team spirit, which is also evidenced by the fact that they have managed to win games in added time so often this season. But I think in general terms, their bubble will burst, and maybe last night's game against St Mirren is at the start of that bubble bursting. They were kind of bailed out by another rather controversial VAR decision going in their favour, and that's been the case 2 or 3 times. So far this season. The VAR review and the KMI panel review suggested that they got a couple of decisions in the Rangers match that they didn't deserve, that completely changed the way that fixture ended up. Maybe extending that to 16 teams, so that you're playing home and away. That's 30 games in the season. That's obviously dropping the number of games you play in the season from 38 as it currently is to 30. I think in terms of things like TV and sponsors and stuff, I think they quite like the 6-6 split to the league. You could equally do that in a 16-team league, have some form of split at the end of the season. But I do quite like, I personally think the old-fashioned system is maybe a better system with a bigger league, and playing each team home and away. My feeling probably is that Sky Sports wouldn't be very keen on a Scottish League system where Celtic play Rangers only twice in a season in the league. So I think probably that's the reason why this really good idea, Typhoon McFlustery, won't go through, is probably the TV money, the sponsorship money from William Hill or the banks, or whichever Bank of Scotland, Royal Bank of Scotland, whoever it might be this time, and in the next few seasons. I suspect that they probably wouldn't be so keen to commit a lot of money in a TV contract if it's not got 4 Celtic Rangers league matches every season. I think possibly if Hearts are successful this season, maybe coming second, and then next season do well in Europe, which of course no other Scottish team apart from Celtic and Rangers has done. All the other Scotland teams in Europe have been pretty rubbish, unfortunately, which is why our coefficient is so low at the moment in terms of Scotland. I think unfortunately, I don't think the TV money would support the fact that Celtic and Rangers aren't playing each other 4 times a year. I do think a strong Hearts side might improve things, and I think the more competition Celtic's got in Scottish football, I think that also helps them move into European football as well. If we kind of adopt what Bruges and Anderlecht and Union Saint-Gilloise, etc., are doing in Belgium, similarly in Holland, you've got several good, strong clubs in Dutch football, which I think also helps their teams transition into Champions League better than it does for Celtic. The other possible answer for Celtic is, as has been mooted off and on for the last 20 years or so, is you create some big league where all teams in Europe are part of an elite super league, with the ability that you can move from the Scottish League into this elite European league. So Celtic and Rangers, or Celtic, Rangers and Hearts all leave Scottish football to join a 2-division or a 3-division European super elite league with promotion, relegation, etc. Another theory. Yeah, so it was a long time ago that we had a bigger league and played each other just home and away. We then committed to a Scottish Premiership with 10 teams. That's varied a bit over the years. I think in terms of TV money, 4 Celtic Rangers matches per season sells a lot of advertising, sells a lot of sponsorship. I don't think 4 Celtic St Mirren matches or Celtic Motherwell matches per season is terribly good at selling those sorts of things. I think in terms of developing Scottish football, both in terms of Scottish League football, Scottish football moving into European club competitions, and Scotland's international side, I think having these kind of quota systems to maximise not necessarily Scottish players, but homegrown players. I think having a quota system with a combination of Scottish players and homegrown players, i.e., you're able to bring in players from other countries into your academy system and develop them over the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I think that's a good option. So I'm not averse to that sort of role, that sort of quota in Scottish domestic football. I think in the long run, possibly not in the short run, but in the medium and long run, I think those kind of things do make club sides stronger domestically and in Europe, and then obviously make the country stronger as well. Second. Yeah, I'm not. I find that when Celtic first moved into having the B team league side, I thought it was a good move. It is clearly not working out as a good move. I don't think it is progressing any of those players at all well. I don't follow the B team tremendously closely. I've much more followed the under-19 team last season when they were playing in the European under-19 league with the Champions League teams. I don't think they do seem to change that B team a heck of a lot, and so the players change. The team changes an awful lot from one week to the next, and I'm not convinced that's really good in the long run. It would be very interesting to know just how, certainly at the moment, and again, I'm no expert at all in Irish league football. A lot of the Irish clubs do seem to be really doing a tremendous job of developing young players. There seems to be a real good flow of really talented 16, 17-year-olds moving from Irish football to various different countries' leagues. There's been a few of them rumoured to be coming to Celtic. There's been a couple of them have come to Celtic to do training with the academy and training with the first team, but they've never come to Celtic. Certainly, Ireland seems to be doing something with my very limited knowledge of developing really good young players. I think Celtic should be much more improving their academy recruitment to get the best possible young Scottish players, the best young Irish players, English players, etc., bringing them into the academy and then developing them more and more and more, bringing them through. Because if you have them, even though they're born overseas or born in other countries, not Scotland, if they're at the club long enough, they do qualify under that UEFA quotient of 4 and 4. I fully agree, Graham Martin. I think the having a true reserve side is a far better test for young players than the academy team and the B team. I think the level of football you got in reserve teams was very good. I think it was part of the reason that Celtic did so well moving on from the Lisbon Lions team with the players known as the Quality Street Kids, in that those Quality Street Kids were playing in the reserves, sometimes moving to the first team, moving back to the reserves. In the reserves, they were often playing with first team players who were recovering from injury or regaining their form. The reserve team was really good because it meant players who weren't playing week in, week out, like at the moment, Paolo Bernardo, Shin Yamada, Inamura, several others, would at least be playing top quality football on a regular basis. My understanding is that Rangers and Celtic were very keen to keep going with a Scottish reserve team league, but none of the other teams in Scotland wanted to carry on with a reserve team. Which is also why, if teams like Hibs and Hearts financially got stronger and stronger, that maybe resurrecting the Scottish Reserve League might be an option. It would be also, I think, useful if Celtic in some way could explore joining in with the English Premier League under 21 squad, reserve league, etc. Because I think that's also a good quality of football. But I don't think the B team's a good idea at all. So the only real way to develop those players is to send them out on loan or get them involved in our first team on a much more regular basis. And we haven't been doing that at all well for several managers in a row. I'm afraid my child is no longer a child. She's very, very much grown up. Certainly in her day at various different schools, football and sports was still a really, really big part of school life. I don't honestly know what school life's like anymore because my child is an awful lot older than that. But I think certainly it doesn't really feel to me that there's after school, when I was a boy, all we would do is go and play football, often in someone's back garden, or we would go to the park in the village I lived in, and you would play from the end of school right through till you went in home for your evening meal. In the summertime, you would have your evening meal, then you go straight back to playing football in someone's back garden or at the park in the village. So it doesn't really feel to me that's the way with school kids, etc., in the place where I live now. And I think it's a big shame. I think sport, even if you're not playing at a higher level, I think sport is really, really good for developing people, fitness, health, leadership, all these kind of different things. Yes. Yes. As was the quote on the fast show, comedy show, whenever that was, several years ago. It was quite often jumpers for goalposts. I say we were quite lucky in our village, although it was a very small village. We actually had a big park which had 2 full-length football pitches and a 5-a-side pitch, all laid out with goalposts and stuff and nets and stuff. So we were quite lucky actually in the village that I lived, even though it was a small village. Lots and lots of kids played football all year round. But certainly when we went to play in the back garden of a couple of my friends, it was jumpers for goalposts, and it was great fun. It taught us a lot of different things, and it taught you friendship and bonding with school friends, etc. Yep. That certainly seems to be a recurring theme. I'd say I'm not an expert on kids these days, but there does seem to be a massive number of worldwide, so not just in Scotland, but of kids playing at home, mostly playing on social media, playing on PlayStations and Xboxes and so on. Certainly in my day, after school, through the summer holidays, all you did was play football or various different sports and stuff. Very, very outdoor life, very, very meeting up with your mates and stuff. It just seems nowadays that things are a lot more isolated, and kids all around the world are much more insular, more involved in social media, which in general terms makes them less fit and healthy. That's very much a problem in America nowadays too. Reading some of the comments there, it's an interesting one in that people have been critical of Dermot Desmond for not being involved with the club, and then he does get involved with the club. Obviously, over the last week or two, he's been in Scotland. He seemed to come across to Scotland to play, having been at the Ryder Cup in America. He then came to play the Dunhill Championships in St Andrews, and then he seems to have stayed in and around Scotland since that time. He is an extremely rich man. Reportedly, he will become considerably much richer when he sells his share in an Irish healthcare company. So maybe he's going to have a lot more money that he's going to choose to invest in Celtic. I don't know. Maybe that's why he's got himself so involved in the last week at Celtic. I don't know. I think it's possibly whoever made the comment. It's probably more likely he's going to be moving away from Celtic, having come in, etc. I don't. It's an interesting point. I don't think he's got any links at all to Donald Trump. I tell me, I've never seen anything suggesting that he when he was across at the Ryder Cup, he was very much supporting the European players and supporting the European backroom staff and so on. I don't think he had any involvement with the American side of things. Football is life. I don't know whether Dermot Desmond is or isn't a Celtic supporter. My personal feeling is he is a Celtic supporter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested all that money that he had 30 years or so ago to buy the club over, or the majority shareholding over from Fergus McCann. I can't see why he would invest all that money and stay with Celtic through all those years. Was he not a Celtic supporter? But I don't know. Over the 30 years or so, 25, 30 years or so that he's been a big shareholder in Celtic, he could have sold the club sold his shares in the club on many occasions and made a gigantic profit. But he's stayed with the club. So to me, that would suggest some form of commitment to Celtic as a football club. I don't know. I'm just thinking of if you think of him as a businessman, he could have sold his shares in Celtic for a gigantic big profit any time over the last 10, 15 years and made an absolute fortune selling his shares on to a Glazer family, or selling the club on to a Qatari family, or selling the club on to Donald Trump or some other American billionaire. If Desmond was to sell up his shares, it would require someone with an absolute massive amount of money to buy him out, because his 34% shareholding in Celtic is worth an absolute fortune, which is why I think possibly that he has got a commitment to Celtic that's more than just making money out of Celtic. But I could be wrong. So if Dermot Desmond was to sell up, it would require somebody with an absolute bajillion pounds of money selling your club to an extremely rich person isn't necessarily always a terribly successful thing. New ownership at clubs doesn't often doesn't work, rather than works well. The new ownership at Hearts, that certainly seemed to have turned around Hearts. The new ownership that's over the last 20 years or so at Rangers, they've gone down and down and down. So it's not really been a good for them to be sold on and sold on and sold on. One wonders quite how committed the Fenway Sports Group are to Liverpool. Struck me that they bought Liverpool simply for the prestige of being football club owners. I think financially they also recognise buying Liverpool was a very good financial decision for themselves. I'm not sure. Maybe if we were bought over by the Fenway Sports Group, who own Liverpool and own various different sports clubs all around America and elsewhere in the world, maybe that would do well for Celtic. It would change Celtic away from the sort of club that we've all grown up with. It maybe swings and roundabouts. But we seem to as a channel, a Celtic supporters channel, to be spending an awful lot of talking about things we don't actually really know much about, i.e. money and business law and shareholdings and all these kind of things. I think we all probably have a better understanding of tactics to pick for teams, which kind of players that fit into Celtic's ways. I think we have a better understanding of the relative merits of all the players at Celtic, the relative players at other clubs. Have to say that I was, after Sunday's game, very impressed with Casaridis. I thought he was a much better player than I thought he was. I think Hearts have a few really pretty decent players. So I think Hearts have quite a lot of decent players. I think Celtic's got better players than Celtic. However, Casaridis, it would be one player that Hearts have got that I would be happy for Celtic to have had as well. I think he's actually a much more talented player than I'd thought. Thank you, Mikey Cole 8212. Very happy to have that you found me. Very happy that you're liking the content. I really do like nice positive feedback. I'm all for debate. I'm all for sharing opinions. I'm all for any parent opinion shared to be respectful, pleasant, no name calling, no rudeness. And I really do like positive feedback. I'm also happy to respond to areas where I'm maybe not doing a very good job. I'm a complete amateur, just an enthusiastic old man having a bit of fun. But really nice, Mikey Cole, that you found me and that you're enjoying the channel. Getting back to football matters, thank you, Typhoon McFlustery. Any defence of any club that's got a player like James Tavernier in the back three or the back four, pace going up against that player is always going to be really, really important. I think as much as the Rangers managers and coaches try to get rid of James Tavernier, they keep on coming back to him. The new manager certainly seems to be playing Tavernier, as far as I could see, as one of a back three. I think there is a definite. I think if using Chinyetki with his pace, putting balls in behind the Rangers back three, if that's how they go on Sunday, I think that's a definitely good tactic. If we were to use Dyson Maida as a wide player on the right-hand side, Chinyetki as the wide player on the left-hand side, using Johnny Kenny with a combination of pretty decent pace but also his height, I think putting a ball in behind their defence works really well. Obviously, when we had Kyogo, he typically would hang about on the shoulders of the last defenders, make good runs in behind. When a wee bit earlier on in Ange Postecoglou's time, Jota was actually quite good at getting behind defences as well, particularly the Rangers' defence, using his pace and his intelligence. So I do think that long ball over the top, be it down the wing, much like McCowan did for Koniecki's fourth goal, I think that's a really good option. Celtic's quite often use the space behind James Tavernier for Maida to run into. I think that would work equally well down either side. I think Celtic will. What Celtic have not done this season, as far as I can remember, in any game, is come out in the first 5 minutes and hit a team all guns blazing for the first 5-10 minutes. I saw a stat on Sky Sports for the Celtic Hearts match, which is that Celtic hadn't scored a goal in the first 30 minutes or 35 minutes of any game so far this season. And it compared it to a similar point last year. So Celtic had scored like 10 goals or something in the first half hour last season. But this season, we haven't scored a single goal in the first half hour. And so I would quite like Celtic to come out all guns blazing, really take the game to Rangers right from the start, put them under pressure, knock them out their rhythm, knock them out their shape. Quite often over the last year or so in Celtic Rangers matches, Rangers have often started the games better than we have. We've conceded a few early goals to Rangers over the last year or so. What I really would like is a wee bit, can't remember exactly how long ago, but obviously when Dyson scored a goal within the first minute of the Rangers-Celtic match, chasing after Tavernier and then the ball kind of rebounding off Dyson into the goal, that would be the right kind of game. So I do think Celtic will line up very similar to how we lined up against Falkirk yesterday. I think the back four will stay. I think part of the back four will stay simply because some worries that Tierney might not be 100% fit, and Sirachi did so well defensively and coming forward. Sirachi, good defender. He's got, for me, better defensive skills than Greg Taylor. He's got similar abilities that Greg Taylor had for moving into midfield in the final third. So I think we've actually got a really good player in him. And I would love to see Celtic in some way or other in the next few months get Sirachi signed up to be a Celtic player for the next 3 years, 5 years, whatever it might be. I think he's a super player. I was a bit sceptical when he came in that he would be any good, but he has, I think, done remarkably well fitting into Scottish football. Yes. So Paul Maguire, I would not be the least bit surprised if we start the same 11 that started against Falkirk. Part of it might well be how well Tierney and Maida come through training on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. My personal feeling is they're best coming off the bench because of the slight questions regarding their fitness. Also, if we do use them off the bench, it then keeps them maybe a bit fresher for the game against Midtjylland in Denmark the following Thursday. To be fair, football is life. I'm not personally a big fan of protests that disrupt the game on the pitch. So I wasn't a big fan of Celtics fans turning up late, coming in 12 minutes late or whatever it was for that game. I wasn't very happy with throwing scrunched up bits of paper on the pitch for the Partick Thistle game. I was really not very happy about throwing tennis balls and goodness knows what else it was onto the pitch at Dundee. I don't think that allows the players really to get going in a game. I think it's very, very disruptive. I think all fans, everybody in life has the perfect right to lodge their concerns, make their protests, hold rallies outside the stadium, hold demonstrations outside the stadium. I think what all the various different Celtic supporter groups and collectives and fan groups, etc., what they should really be doing, I think personally, is putting pressure on the board one way or another to have a partnership between the fans and the fans and the board and the executives. And there are a few clubs in England. I think Man United is an example of a club that has a stronger fan group that's more involved in the club. I think there are certain things the fan groups would be very, very helpful for the board. I think a lot of fans are unhappy with a lot of the facilities at Celtic, the modernness of things like the toilets and various other things at Celtic. I think there are quite a lot of bits of the Celtic stadium that are not the best for viewing the game. So I think there's a lot of different things that the fans would be very useful for Celtic to get more and more involved. I think also one of the benefits of that, more of a partnership between the fans and the board and the executives, is the fans might actually get more of a feel about all the various different restrictions that the board members and the executives and the finance people have to encounter with modern day football. I think that the financial side, the legal side, the human resources side, the recruitment, the scouting, all these things are probably a lot more complicated than we think. I am 100% certain that all the Celtic board members and Dermot Desmond and the executives, I think they were fully aware that there was 5,000 fans, I think someone said, holding a protest and a rally and speeches and stuff. I think they're fully aware of that. Obviously, the annual general meetings, I think it's in 3 weeks' time. Over the last few years, I think annual general meetings have been a wee bit disappointing. Depends a wee bit on how open the board members are and the executives are to open up about different things. I also think personally that in general terms, having a discussion, a meeting with anybody, it's much better to go in and speak to the people with respect. And I think there's quite a lot of animosity and anger and vitriol and not a terribly good relationship, and particularly quite a lot of what these various different Celtic supporters and Celtic collectives and stuff, a lot of what they're saying on television, on the internet and through all the fan channels is also quite confrontational and not showing an awful lot of respect for board members. And I think personally, it's much, much better if you go into those sorts of meetings with a lot of respect and deal with the people and try and also learn their angles and where they're coming from as well. Great. Brilliant to have you join us. Michael McCafferty, another person who's been with the David 67 channel for absolutely ages. Lots of really good conversations with him over the last couple of years through the comment section, which has again been a brilliant thing. So great to have you join us, Michael. I think certainly from the wee bits I've seen so far with all the various different videos and press conferences of Celtic training, I think Sean Maloney has taken quite a strong role in Celtic's training over the last Tuesday, Wednesday. Now we're on, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So I think he's actually been quite a strong influence on the training pitch. It also felt to me, as I said right at the start, that Sean Maloney got the senior players much more involved. I thought it was quite an interesting comment that he made at that Tuesday evening press conference, kind of implying that he and McGregor and Schmeichel and Johnston and Forrest and Tierney had all kind of, obviously they've known each other from before. They've known each other since Maloney came back to the club. It felt as if they had a bit of a cooperative between the most senior players and him as the assistant manager. And I think that's actually a really good thing within a team, is those senior players take a leadership role. And I do wonder whether maybe the way that Maloney and O'Neill and Fotheringham are as coaches and assistant managers, maybe that's that cooperation between players and coaching staff, etc. Maybe that's part of the reason that things seemed a bit more joined up than it had been previously. But who knows? Maybe there's a lot of different reasons why things took a big uptick in the Falkirk match. Great to have you on as well, Jezebel. Another person who's been a regular contributor and commenter over recent times. Jezebel shares quite a lot of the same opinions as I do about some of the ins and outs at Celtic. That might again it's my personality. It clearly is your personality as well. I really want Celtic to be a big success. I want Celtic to be a success on the pitch and off the pitch. I want Celtic to win the Scottish Premiership every single year. I want us to win cups and cup doubles and cup trebles. I want Celtic to make progress in Europe. I think personally, for Celtic or any club from a league our size and our prestige, with the way our coefficient is, it's actually really very difficult for Celtic or Rangers or a club from a similar sized European league elsewhere to really make a big impact in European football in the Champions League. I think leagues like Holland and Belgium, Portugal, they are bigger leagues in terms of money, bigger leagues in terms of the number of teams who challenge for the top, bigger leagues in terms of TV contracts, bigger leagues in terms of coefficients, and bigger leagues in terms of the ability to attract players. And I think, unfortunately, one of the areas that Scotland as a league has suffered in the last 2 or 3 years is a lot of players, rather than coming to Scotland to have a stepping stone into one of the big 5 leagues in Europe, is instead going to the English Championship. There's a lot of players who were the kind of players who would have gone to a team like Celtic over the years in the past, have gone to the Middlesbroughs and the West Bromwiches and the Norwiches. You think about Keithgarden, reportedly Celtic and Bromby had a good deal all lined up, but Keithgarden chose to go to Norwich. Possibly that was the case with Strelic as well. He chose to go to Middlesbrough. So I think the English Championship has kind of taken over partly from the role that the Scottish League had for about a decade of being a stepping stone to bigger leagues. I think the game against Sturm Graz, which obviously was a Brendan Rodgers game, the game against Falkirk, it just felt like we had lots of different solutions about how we were going to break down teams, lots of different ways of getting the ball from A to B to C to D nice and quickly. Quite a lot of time this season, we seem very fixated on pretty much the ball goes from Schmeichel to Carter Vickers or Scales, who then passes to McGregor. And then quite often things got gummed up in that axis between those 3-4 players. It felt like Celtic got the ball out wide and forward so much quicker against Sturm Graz, but particularly against Falkirk. And I think certainly if we were able to cultivate players like Sirachi and Ralston Johnston when he comes back from injury, also cultivate a second midfielder, be it Engels or Paul Bernardo or Hattati or McCown or whomever, as another player to be the player where things start from. I think too much was going through Callum McGregor, which meant that so many teams could then just focus on blocking out Callum McGregor. And that's something that Rangers really did well in the second half of last season, was stop McGregor playing. Yes, Brendan Rodgers won 7 trophies. I think he's won 11 trophies at Celtic, 7 the first time, 4 this time. His win percentage, very much more than decent, not quite so good as several other Celtic managers above him in terms of win percentage, but certainly in terms of trophies. I think Rodgers is second only to Jock Stein in the history of Celtic. His Brendan Rodgers' win percentage isn't as good as Postecoglou, O'Neill, Jock Stein, etc. But so yes, I think I agree he should have been allowed to leave with more respect. Somebody else I was speaking to who isn't a football fan, but they are a very, very intelligent person, really, really good at analysing things. She was talking about it being like a divorce. And quite often, if a couple come to the point of divorce, quite often you say things, you do things, you storm out, etc. And it did kind of feel like, reportedly, that Rodgers and Desmond had a meeting on Monday morning, Monday early afternoon, and it very, very quickly escalated and became a shouting match and an accusations match. And I think that then precipitated Rodgers then on the spot deciding to resign. That's certainly what a couple of different journalists who claim to know the inside stories have been saying, is that it quickly escalated or descended into a shouting match and a very acrimonious accusations going back and forward. And I think possibly, which is also why possibly Rodgers maybe very, very spontaneously, without really thinking too much about it, resigned, which then precipitated Dermot Desmond's equally ill-advised, angry statement. I don't know. But I do agree, Graham Martin, the basic premise that he probably should have been allowed to leave the season. And a thing I did have said a few times over the course of the season, when for me it became apparent early in the season, I don't think Brendan Rodgers was ever going to stay at Celtic for more than 3 years. Lots of stories are saying that there was an informal contract discussion over a few days in June that was backed up in July. Rodgers chose to postpone any contract negotiations until May of 2026, so i.e. at the end of the season. I think possibly if Celtic and Rodgers had come to the same arrangement that Jurgen Klopp had at Liverpool in his last season, i.e. he said, this is my last season at Liverpool, I'm leaving Liverpool at the end of the season, and then that was all very amicable. There was lots of nice celebrations for Klopp throughout the season, nice send-away for him at the end of the season at Liverpool. That probably in the greatest scheme of things would have been far better had Celtic at the start of the season known that this was Brendan Rodgers' last season. Celtic could then start planning the transfer windows in the summer and the winter accordingly, maybe looking to get a specific manager in for the summer of 2026. I think that would have been far better. I think in that case, the club would have been much, much more together. I think what I'm saying, there would have been a lot more respectful way of much more respectful way that Rodgers left the club, if that had all been kind of organised, etc., much like it did with Jurgen Klopp. And there's been a few other managers who have said, this is my last season, I'm leaving. I guess that with Kjetil Knutsen leaving Bodo Glimt at the end of the season, I suspect he'll get a really good warm send-off. Bodo Glimt have known all season this was going to be Knutsen's last season at Bodo Glimt. And I think that probably would have been a far better way for Celtic and Brendan Rodgers to resolve this third year of his contract. I think there's been an awful lot of confusion and stories back and forward and rumours and this, that and the other. Certainly it's been something that's been talked about quite often, is supporters all clubbing together to buy a major shareholding. I think the difficulty is that what tends to happen, as I said, with majority shareholders like Dermot Desmond, is he probably has allies amongst the other major shareholders and investors in the club, so that he kind of has in his back pocket the other 16% or 17% in his back pocket, which guarantees him the 51% you need to pass most motions in any company. So I think that's possibly is sort of all well and good that you buy all these shares, you buy shares as they become available, very, very expensive, because at the moment Celtic share price is actually very, very good. So obviously a lot of money, but also I think probably given the way that Dermot Desmond has been as a businessman, he probably has allies in the board and allies within the investment banks and stuff who also are part of the shareholding at Celtic, that he probably has a voting bloc that gives him the power at the club, which also kind of explains why he's had the kind of influence at Celtic for the last 25, 30 years, is because he has, although he's got 34%, he's also got others who will support him to take him over any kind of majority vote. Yes. Typhoon McFlusterate, really good point. This is another thing over the last week or so, is how happy the Record and the Sun and Sky and the BBC and STV, how happy they have been to lump on Celtic and kick the living whatever out of Celtic over the last week. So many stories I've been reading over the last 2 months have been incredibly negative, and taking something that could well be a positive and finding a negative aspect to it one way or the other. And I think a lot of the newspapers, the Record, the Sun, several others have been very, very keen to pile onto Celtic. I don't think Celtic are a tremendously popular club for a variety of reasons. I don't think Brendan Rodgers is a tremendously popular manager for journalists and stuff to deal with. There was, I think it was a journalist from the Record who had been at the Brendan Rodgers Sean Maloney press conference, and he was talking about the fact that he dealt with Brendan Rodgers in Rodgers' first spell and his second spell, and he was saying that Rodgers actually was quite a difficult person to get on with and to work with. And I think also Rodgers had quite a lot of mates in the media, and he had some other journalists and TV people and radio people that he didn't particularly like. And I think that's not going to be the case with Martin O'Neill. I think he is a person that everybody respects. I think he respects other people. I think he gets on really well with other people. He's a very intelligent man, and I've liked all the press conferences that he's done. I've really liked over the last 3 days of him being the manager. Danny Boy, I don't know whether it's true or not. I'm simply relating a story, actually a series of stories from a series of different journalists who claimed to have inside knowledge of the meeting between Rodgers and Dermot Desmond on Monday. I don't know if it's true or not. I was simply just relating a story which I'd read. Other people may have read it or not read it. I don't know whether it's true or not. You think it's garbage. Super. Maybe it is garbage. I meant to say it's true. I just related what I'd heard or read, rather. I suspect quite a lot of you, unlike me, maybe have got real jobs to do, real lives to lead. You don't have the time to read all the various different online articles and Celtic articles and football articles for 2 or 3 hours every morning. So anyway. That certainly is a theory being put forward. I don't know whether that's true or not. It certainly didn't seem to dissuade Martin O'Neill coming back to Celtic. The fact that Dermot Desmond had a temper tantrum in the media didn't seem to affect Sean Maloney coming back. Didn't seem to affect Mark Fotheringham giving up and coming back to Celtic. So I don't know. There was a statement just back here that I was going to... Yeah, so that is, if anybody watched my video that I did on Thursday in reflecting on the Falkirk match, it kind of felt like having my old Celtic back, and I hadn't really had that strong feeling with my Celtic or the Celtic club over the course of the spell from August through to the end of October. I didn't have the feeling that this is my Celtic. It felt on Thursday, on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday that Celtic was back together as a club, as a family, as people who could work with each other, a supportive club, a club where managers and coaches and players support each other, where the fans support the manager, the coaches, and the players. I think a wee bit of animosity to the board, etc., is always going to be part of the life of every football club. I just really like the fact that it felt like Celtic's ethos, Celtic's spirit was back the way that it used to be. And it did feel like two people, obviously Sean Maloney and Sean Maloney spent an awful lot of his playing career at Celtic. He had 2 spells at Celtic. He was a Celtic player in some of Celtic's best years. He obviously knew Martin O'Neill from before, good reputation as an assistant manager in a couple of different jobs here and there. And obviously O'Neill, very, very respected person worldwide in terms of a football manager. So I liked the fact that it felt like I'd got my Celtic back. It felt more like the club I've supported for the last 50 odd years. Football is life. You may well be entirely 100% right. The only point I would make with regards to that is that if I was a mad keen Celtic supporter and I'd supported Celtic all my life and I was a talented manager and the club had said to me last summer, June of this year, June 25, here is a 3-year contract. We're going to be paying you £3.5 million a year. And this is the structure. You want this, you want that, you can have that. And I was offered that. I would never leave. Had I been the same Celtic manager back in 2016, 17, 18, 19, I would never have left Liverpool. Never left Celtic to go to Leicester. I would never have left Celtic, full stop. if I was a mad, keen, devoted, lifelong Celtic fan for whom there's nothing bigger and better than Celtic, I would never have left Celtic in 2017, 2018, etc. I would have stayed at Celtic for as long as there was a job for me at Celtic. And I do have a feeling that possibly that had Rodgers stayed at Celtic through that season and for the next 5 seasons, that Celtic probably would have been in a much stronger position in football. Similarly, I had Ange Postecoglou stayed at Celtic for another 3 seasons, i.e. the 3 seasons that Rodgers has been the manager. I think Celtic also would have moved further and further forward. We would have got better and better recruitment, better and better academy structure, all these different things. Part of the problem that Celtic's had is over the last wee while, we've had a manager for 3-4 years. O'Neill, I think, was manager for 5 years. I can't remember off the top of my head how many years. Strachan was the manager. Ronnie Deila was a couple of seasons. Lennon was a few seasons. Rodgers was a few seasons. We then had Lennon for a couple more seasons. We had Postecoglou for a couple of seasons. And I think part of the problem of having so many managers over so many years is it's kind of stop, start. You don't get the continuity. Now, there aren't many clubs in top-level football nowadays who have real continuity in terms of their manager. I think the days of Wenger, the days of Ferguson are long gone, of somebody who's there at the club for 20 years. I fully accept your theory that Rodgers is a mad keen Celtic supporter and Celtic is his whole life. He certainly seemed, in terms of devoting his time, a very dedicated manager for Celtic. Apparently, he was at the club for hours and hours and hours later than anybody else. But the story was in June of 2025, the various different people who had the power to give him a new contract went and they had a few days playing golf, etc., in Spain. And at the end of that meeting and those discussions, there was a formal offer to have really formal talks and nailing things down in July. And Rodgers turned that away and said, we'll discuss the contract in May 2026. And that makes it really, really difficult for anybody to do long-term planning. So you may well be right, but if I was a mad keen Celtic supporter, lifelong supporter, and I would have the great privilege to be the manager, I would never leave the club until they sacked me. I wouldn't leave the club to go to Leicester. Yes, I think I was kind of bemoaning that myself earlier on, is that very few managers these days. Pep Guardiola at Man City is probably the only manager who's got real longevity. Jurgen Klopp obviously was at Liverpool for quite a number of seasons, but the days of the Fergusons and the Wengers being there for a couple of decades, I think, is long gone. And I think for a variety of reasons, the life expectancy of a manager at a club is very short. And as some people have said in previous comment sections, discussions, coming back to Brendan Rodgers, he had good success at Liverpool for a couple of seasons. Season 3 was quite poor. Season 4 was when he got sacked. And that kind of was reflected in his time at Leicester. He won the cup. He took them into Europe. He got them high up in the league. Third season went poorly. Fourth season, he got sacked because they were just about to get relegated in his fourth season. Are we talking this? I'm not sure what year. I'm not. If we're talking about Brendan Rodgers, yes, he had a great run in results in his time at Celtic. He, however, over the last year or so, he has lost a lot of games. That's some The number of games he lost in so far in 2025 was significantly higher than the number of games in 2024, yes. 2024, yes, because Aston Villa was 2025. You could well be right that's so. At no point have I ever said that Brendan Rodgers is not a good manager. At no point have I said all of us. And 2024 was Rodgers' second year at Celtic, so he'd been at Celtic for half a year, going up to the start of 2024. I think in the football that Celtic played in 2024 was, for the great part, jolly. It was good football. I don't think anybody can really disagree with the fact that after the Bayern Munich game, we started to be very inconsistent with our results, losing to St Johnstone, losing to Rangers, losing to Aberdeen. We then had a pretty decent pre-season training friendlies, but then we went into the start of this season struggling to beat St Mirren, not playing that great against Aberdeen. Some struggles to beat Livingston after a poor first half. Obviously, the games against Kirat Almaty, terrible draw against Rangers, then losing to Dundee, losing to Hearts. My personal feeling, Typhoon McFlustery, what we probably require to make progress in Europe is having a manager with a real 3-year, 5-year plan who communicates that 3-year, 5-year plan to the players, the coaches, the scouts, the recruitment, the board, who comes in with a real plan of how he's going to take the players he's got at the moment, improve those players, what players he's going to bring in the January window, the summer window, what players he's looking to bring in the future, the sorts of leagues he's looking to scout in, whether he is a manager who likes scouting for players coming from Asia, Africa, America, or Eastern Europe or Scandinavia, etc. Under obviously Ange Postecoglou, we had a lot of success bringing players in from Japan, some signings from South Korea. We also brought in obviously Alsa Johnson from Major League Soccer in America. I think those are good leagues for Celtic to recruit players from. Their season works the right way around for us as well. Getting players from Scandinavia is good again, because again, their season is finishing when just before our winter transfer window opens. That's the benefit of getting players from Japan and America, is their seasons finish at the end of the year, which means that they're available much more easily in the corresponding winter window. And it felt like we kind of got away from that model when Postecoglou left and Rodgers came in. We kind of got away from looking at those sorts of markets. We got more fixated on looking at the English market and the Central European market, and to a lesser extent the Scandinavian market. So in terms of, I think, Celtic being successful in Europe, I think you have to have a longer term plan. You maybe also have to have maybe a wee bit of acceptance that things might take a bit of a dip in domestic football. I think with the general standard of other teams you have to beat in Scotland to remain the Scottish champions, that's probably not really going to be the case. But I think you're probably, if you're going to have a 3-year, 5-year plan, you need to keep the same squad roughly together, keep on adding a player or two here and there, and have this continuity of all the players knowing the systems, knowing each other, all singing off the same hymn sheet metaphorically, and everybody buying into that plan. And I think with continuity of squad, continuity of coaching, continuity of tactics and formations, and everybody knowing the various different systems, I think that then gives you the option to be successful moving to the next level, which is European football. I think in a lot of ways Celtic are disadvantaged because of the size of our league, the competitive nature of, or the lack of competition from other clubs, and the lower levels of TV money, the lower levels of UEFA coefficient, and the lower levels of general prestige. I think that all makes that more difficult for Celtic to move into Europe. But clubs like Bruges, clubs like Bodo Glimt, some of the Portuguese clubs, some of the Dutch clubs have proven that you can be in a smaller league with small amounts of money, and you can compete with the really big boys who've got hundreds of millions and billions of pounds coming into their club every year. At the moment, I don't actually know. So the problem with making any sort of recommendation regarding players to come to Celtic is no one's got any idea whether certain players want to come to Celtic. There are some players who clearly wanted to come to Celtic. Sebastian Ciniecki, Mikel Balikwisha were both players who seemed very committed and are very keen to come to Celtic. One of the errors that would appear to have been made was it took a heck of a long time to get those two deals over the line. I think with Ciniecki, it was his club were playing, didn't want to sell him this year. They wanted to sell him next year. And I think it took them an awful lot of convincing and a lot of convincing of Ciniecki to convince Hammarby to sell him this summer. Balikwisha, I think, is a different one. I think there was some doubts regarding Balikwisha's fitness in that he's had a couple of nasty injuries. So the difficulty, Michael, is we're not terribly sure who wants to come to Celtic. In terms of making recommendations. One of the players that Celtic reportedly were looking at signing in the summer is Munteanu, the player who plays for Cluj in the Romanian league. Certainly a person who scored tons of goals all over the place. The price that they were asking for Munteanu in the summer was something like 17 million euros, 15 million pounds, or something along those lines. It would appear that Cluj have got themselves into massive financial problems, and they've cut that transfer fee down to about 7 million euros. So they've taken a massive amount of money off of their deal. I don't know whether Munteanu would fit into Scottish football, fit into Scotland. He certainly has got a reputation for scoring goals at various different clubs, reputation for scoring goals in Europe and internationally. Paul Maguire, I would agree that Ciniecki has been a really good signing. I think personally, Nygren's been a very good signing too. Top scorer and top for assists. Although his form, fully accept, has been inconsistent. He's had as many bad games as he's had good games. I think that's possibly in that his role in different weeks and different games has been different from one week to the other. I think his best performances for Celtic were the game against Sturm Graz, the second half against Livingston, and the game against Falkirk, where he had much more of a freer role to be all over the pitch. I think that's probably his best way, best formation for Celtic. Johnny Kenny, I think, is a player with tons and tons of potential. I probably wish that we had somebody a bit older, a bit more experienced than Johnny Kenny. I think he could be a really good player for Celtic in a season or two's time. I think he's got a lot, at the moment, he's got a lot of pressure on him, given the way that things are given also the way that our Europa League squad is, in that Yamada isn't part of the Europa League squad. Obviously, Iheanacho was one of the main strikers that was part of that Europa League squad. Now, somebody previously was saying that it is possible to replace players who are in the squad with other players if the person's got a long-term injury. So there is a possibility of bringing in Callum Osmond or a Shin Yamada into the squad to be another striker to support Maeda and Johnny Kenny. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Johnny Kenny as a relatively inexperienced footballer to be one of Celtic's 2 first-choice strikers, as it currently is, with Iheanacho being out injured and Yamada being frozen out for the last couple of months and not being part of the Europa League squad. I don't think we've really got the quality of academy players to really come through into the first team. There's an argument, had Daniel Cummings stayed at Celtic, had Rocco Vata stayed at Celtic, that they might have over the season or two become real Celtic first team players. I think Balikwisha, given his form as a Belgian youth team player, under 21 player, his few seasons in Belgian football, particularly the season he helped Antwerp towards the title, I think he's a really good player. He then got quite a nasty injury, came back, another nasty injury. He was starting to get back into playing for Royal Antwerp in their pre-season and their early season when Celtic came and bought him. So I think he might be a bit behind in terms of fitness and match sharpness compared to a lot of the other players who had been playing on a really regular basis. One of the things I think we maybe forget about Sebastian Czuniecki, because he plays in Sweden, he'd actually had a very full season for Hammarby in Swedish football. So he actually came in much more match ready than Balikwisha, who was kind of just starting his season in Belgium when he came to us. So I think probably in the long run, Balikwisha is going to turn out to be a good player for Celtic. I think one of the problems also is Balikwisha and Nygren, and to a lesser extent Czuniecki, are adaptable players. Balikwisha has a number of different roles. He's played very successfully for various different age groups in Belgium and clubs in Belgium and for Antwerp in Belgium. And so it may be a question of whoever becomes Celtic's long-term manager is finding a system where Balikwisha actually fits in better into it. At the moment, Balikwisha's preferred position is out wide on the left. Obviously, at the moment, Czuniecki's got that position. I think if Czuniecki was injured or needed rested, Dyson Maeda would be the person we put out there. Of course, the expectation, the hope is in a couple of months' time, Jota's going to be back available. Jota can play right, he can play left. So there's quite a number of players that Celtic have got for one reason or another who prefer to play left wing. I have to say, I've generally been impressed with Johnny Kenny. He probably is a player who needs a run of, like virtually every player ever in the history of the world, he probably is a player who needs a run of games in a team for him to get used to his teammates and his teammates to get used to him. Now there is a degree of, you get some of that familiarity playing in training games, but I don't think there's anything quite like playing a real proper competitive game. And so far this season, Celtic have done quite a bit of chopping and changing, but I would fully agree that given the fact that Dyson Maeda is not certainly 100% fit, that Kenny is the one that starts on Sunday. I would think probably that Celtic will start the same 11 that started against Falkirk for the game against Rangers. Tierney on the bench, Maeda on the bench. I would be very surprised if Rangers don't end the season second to Celtic. That would at this point that would be my prediction. In that they have actually relatively quickly come up the league. I think they're 5 points behind Celtic. Obviously, that means they're 11 points behind Hearts. But it's entirely possible. I think personally, entirely possible that Rangers end up coming second to Celtic over the course of the season. I think Hearts have the potential, if they keep this squad together, keep this manager at the club, keep their really good team spirit. I think Hearts have got the potential to come second. The new manager, Rangers, has a reasonable reputation, but didn't really do that well at Sheffield Wednesday, which was his last job. Jezebel, for the last few weeks have been suggesting that that Viljami Sinisalo probably should now be made the Celtic number one goalkeeper, partly because Viljami Sinisalo's got, I think, 3 or 4 years left in his contract. Kasper Schmeichel's contract ends end of next May, so he's now in the last year of his contract, and it doesn't look like he's angling to get an extension or another year or two at Celtic. So I think when he signed his contract with Celtic, he was going to be staying at Celtic for 2 years. So this is going to be his final year at Celtic. And for that's another reason why I would have promoted Viljami Sinisalo to be Celtic's number one. I think given Brendan Rodgers' loyalty to Kasper Schmeichel from their time together at Leicester, I don't think Rodgers was ever going to demote Schmeichel from number one to number two. Possible with either O'Neill and Maloney partnership as the manager, or possibly more certainly when Celtic bring in a new manager, be it later in November, later in December, January, whenever it might be. I wouldn't be too surprised if the new manager at that point kind of gave Kasper Schmeichel an ultimatum at that point of sign a new contract and you can remain number one, or don't sign another contract and I'm obligated to play Viljami Sinisalo because he's going to be Celtic's goalkeeper for the next 5 years, 10 years, whatever. So, cut a long story short, Jezebel, Kasper Schmeichel's form has not been quite so reliable this season. He clearly was at fault for the goal that gave Aberdeen the equaliser in the cup final. The first goal against Braga, definitely his fault, despite what Joe Hart said to try and defend him. And I think his distribution in several games this season, which is a real bonus we get with Kasper Schmeichel, that's been rather poor as well. And I just wonder whether he has a wee bit of Kasper Schmeichel is because he knows this is his last year at Celtic. He's maybe slightly I can't remember what the word is. I've forgotten what the word is. But basically, he's kind of running down his career. He knows he's in his last time at Celtic. He's kind of running down his career. Well, really, really nice to have you on the live stream, Michael. Lots of really good conversations we've had through the last couple of years. So the comment sections are really, really great. You've been able to join the live streams for a good half hour, 45 minutes. That's really brilliant. Keep up with you tomorrow. I think Callum Osmond has lots and lots of really good skills to be a good player at Celtic. To be fair, I was a bit surprised that Callum Osmond wasn't sent out on loan to a St Mirren, a Livingston, an Aberdeen, or somebody where he could have a really top level of football for this season. It didn't feel like at the start of the season he was going to be in Celtic's first choice strikers, in that I would guess at the start of the season he was behind Kenny and Ida and Maeda and Yamada. Obviously, Ida was moved out back down to Swansea, and then Iheanacho basically came into that position. So it felt like at the start of the season Osmond was lowest in the pecking order, and I couldn't really see how he was going to move his career forward, playing for Celtic's B team now and again. And because certainly up until the game against Falkirk, I don't think he'd even been on the bench for Celtic in any games other than the pre-season friendlies. Thank you very much, Typhon McFelicity. It's been wonderful having you on. Lots of really good, pleasant, polite debating points, good sharing of opinions. It's been an absolute delight to have you on. We'll have another live stream next week. That certainly is a point of view. Football is life. I didn't get the feeling with Ange Postecoglou that he had frustrations with the way that the board was running things behind the scenes. He seemed to work far better with the board than Brendan Rodgers had. I don't know. Again, all we get is half-truths and stories and rumours and supposed insiders saying this is the case, etc. So I don't know. I didn't get the feeling that that Ange Postecoglou was unhappy with the way that things were being managed off the scenes, behind the scenes. Don't think Neil Lennon had any particular grumbles with the way that Celtic was being managed behind the scenes. That certainly was a frustration in Rodgers' first spell for him. It certainly was very obviously a frustration for him in his second spell at Celtic. I didn't get the feeling that Ange Postecoglou left Celtic due to a lack of ambition, a lack of support from the board. I think he got well supported in terms of player recruitment. I think he got a high role in terms of initiating player recruitment, transfers, scouting, etc. I didn't get the feeling that Ange Postecoglou left for any other reason that he wanted to move and manage in a higher league. Spurs were very, very clearly keen to get him to come and manage them. Ange Postecoglou had the good grace to remain at Celtic for the duration of that season. Tottenham Hotspur had the good grace to wait till Postecoglou had finished his season at Celtic, and then within a couple of days he was off down to London. So I think with Ange Postecoglou, I don't think it was lack of ambition from the board. I think it was just simply Postecoglou wanted to try himself in a bigger, stronger league, high prestige league, a league which has hundreds of millions of TV money for every team, and a league that has a $1 billion TV contract. There are not many soccer leagues or football leagues, if you want to call it football, who have $1 billion contracts. Scottish League is dwarfed by the amount of money. You think of the budgets that clubs like Brentford and Bournemouth have, with stadiums that hold about 10,000 people, but then their TV contract gives them a couple of £100 million a year. Their prize money, their merchandising, their sponsorship all these things are so much greater for tiny clubs like Bournemouth and Brentford, simply because they're based in the English league, and they've been good enough to keep themselves in that league. And in some ways, Celtic are fighting with one arm tied behind their back. Yep, good night to you, Paul Maguire. Again, a nice long-term subscriber, viewer to the channel. Lots of comments in the comment section, and great that you've been part of the live stream this evening. Certainly, DW, that's what I had heard. That's what I kind of, reading between the lines, had observed with Ange Postecoglou. He seemed to have a really good relationship with Lawwell and Nicholson and Desmond and Mackay and all these people. I don't think it was a lack of transfer budget. I think Postecoglou got a lot of money, a lot of backing. He was given a very strong role at Celtic. He got himself involved in a lot of different parts of Celtic. I think had he stayed at Celtic for 5 years rather than 2 years, again, I think Celtic would have made good progress into Europe. I think the chopping and changing of manager, the chopping and changing of a lot of the backroom staff that happened between Postecoglou and then Rodgers, a few coaches and few people behind the scenes that Postecoglou brought in were very quickly moved on when Rodgers came in. So understandable if you're the manager that you want your trusted colleagues behind you, your trusted colleagues beside you. However, what you can sometimes get with bringing in Adam Sadler and Driscoll and Paul Tidsdale, all of whom were Brendan Rodgers' friends and contacts from before, is you maybe lose a bit of continuity. It takes all those people quite a bit of time to get up to speed with what Celtic is as a club, etc. So sometimes you lose that continuity is lost when you're chopping and changing and so on. Yes, so Ange Postecoglou certainly came alone. He adopted many of Celtic's existing coaching staff. He did bring in one or two people into the club. He brought in some people into the sort of sports science side of things. He brought some people into the football analysis type of things. He obviously brought in Harry Kewell, who hadn't been, so the story goes, a player he'd got on particularly well with when Postecoglou was a manager for Australian national side, and Kewell was one of his star players. Apparently, they didn't always get on terribly well when Postecoglou was the international manager. However, Postecoglou had thought that Harry Kewell was going to turn into a really good coach, and so brought him into the Celtic framework for a spell under him. I think also part of the thing also with Ange Postecoglou is obviously he came in the transition between the COVID with COVID rules still being quite strict when he came in, becoming more and more relaxed over the following months. So I think it was also a degree of Postecoglou couldn't really bring anybody in because of COVID rules and regulations. And my recollection also was the first couple of weeks that Postecoglou spent in Scotland, he was stuck in a hotel room for COVID quarantine rules. And so over that couple of weeks, he was on the phone on a really regular basis, mostly with Callum McGregor and mostly with John Kennedy, the existing assistant manager. And I think over that couple of weeks when he was in COVID quarantine, I think he very much convinced McGregor and Kennedy of the brave new world that Postecoglou was going to bring in terms of tactics and formations and players and stuff. And I think he really sold the new version of the club really well to the head coach, Kennedy, and the captain in McGregor. And I think then those people spread that down to the other coaches, etc. Yes, I think, as I said, Jezebel, I think Celtic did for quite a number of years have a really good reputation for bringing players in, improving them, and selling them after 2-3 years. Obviously, worked really well. Odson Edward, Christopher Ayer, Victor Wanyama, Musa Dembele, Matt O'Reilly, Nicholas Kuhn. There's lots and lots of them like that. It just feels over this last season or two, there's a more of a reluctance of players to come to Celtic as a stepping stone. Arne Engels obviously came to Celtic as a stepping stone. I thought he did well last season. His career's kind of stalled this season. It does. Sligo Boy, I think you're making a really good point there. I think in some ways that just like Celtic became to an extent a stepping stone for players, one could argue that Celtic's maybe been a bit of a stepping stone for managers. Rodgers went from Celtic to managing in the English Premier League with Leicester. Ange Postecoglou went from Celtic to manage in the English Premier League with Tottenham Hotspur and then Nottingham Forest. A lot of people were talking about the fact that Rodgers had a 3-year contract. That was going to be his contract with Celtic, and then he was going to move on back into the English Premier League. Quite a lot of the stories I've read over the last 24, 48 hours are talking about Ange Postecoglou. I apologise. Brendan Rodgers moving into Saudi football. That was another theory quite a lot of people were putting forward earlier this summer, was that was Rodgers' goal at the end of May 2026, end of this season, was to move into Saudi football. Obviously, millions and millions of pounds for managers in the Saudi League, incredible big transfer budgets in the Saudi League. We sold, obviously, Jota to one of the Saudi clubs for £25 million. That kind of transfer fee was quite normal for Saudi clubs. They've got an absolute stack of cash. Managers get paid an absolute fortune to manage in Saudi Arabia. Part of the reason, supposedly, also about Gerrard not coming back to Scotland to manage Rangers was also to do with the fact that for tax reasons, it's not really in your interest to come back from Saudi Arabia for a certain length of time, because you lose so much in terms of your income tax and so on. Thank you very much, Clashman Numpty. It certainly would be really interesting. I didn't actually see that video come up on any of my kind of YouTube recommended videos and stuff, but I will have a look out for that tomorrow for that actual video. It's, as I've said quite a few times, I don't really understand all the ins and outs of club ownership and shareholdings and stocks and this, that, and the other. What I do know is there are a lot of very, very rich banks and investment funds who do have shares in Celtic, and Celtic is seen as being a really, really good investment if you want to make money. And I think Celtic is, in terms of shareholders, has a combination of people who are in it for Celtic, but also some people who are in it for the money. And I think Celtic's second biggest shareholder, which is a financial investment company, they're in it for the money. And although they have actually cut back a bit on their actual share in Celtic, they've dropped about a percentage point of their. But Clashman Numpty, I will definitely have a look out tomorrow to see if I can find that Who Owns Celtic video. And I can maybe include it in one of my videos in the future. And thank you very much for that positivity of thinking that the David 67 channel is any good. And in some ways, the David 67 channel is only as good as people like yourself, Clashman Numpty, Sligo Boy, Rubber Duck, Graham Martin, etc., etc., etc. Michael McCafferty earlier on. All for debate, all for sharing opinions, all for things being done amicably, friendly, respectfully. As Clashman Numpty, another long-term subscriber, St Mary's Parish, Coatbridge, we have had disagreements over the last couple of years, but everything has remained very friendly, respectful, etc. And that's the way that Celtic fans should be. Is what I think is what obviously football fans should be as well. So really great to have all these different opinions and people behaving themselves, being respectful, being nice to fellow Celtic fans. Hi to you as well. Hail to you as well, Gary and Cheryl Simpson. Clashman Numpty, yes, we've had a chat about this as well. I think the general consensus on the channel is that Martin O'Neill is a short-term option. I think there is a possibility, and I would say no more than a possibility, that O'Neill might be Celtic's caretaker, interim manager, right through to the end of this season. I think just reading between the lines as to what Maloney and O'Neill have said so far in their press conferences, my suspicion is they're probably here for a couple of months. They're here for 1 month, possibly a stretch 2 months. It might really depend on who Celtic want to be their new manager and also the availability of that new manager. In that Celtic might be willing, if Martin O'Neill was willing to stay to the end of May 2026, which then frees him up to be a pundit for BBC or STV or ITV at the World Cup. I could see him being the manager to the end of the season with Maloney and Fotheringham and McManus and Strachan as his backup. But personally, I think probably he'll be with us throughout November with a new manager coming in December, just to allow that new manager a real go at the winter window. So in terms of I may have misread the story, but I think Sean Maloney very much ruled himself out of having any possibility of being a Celtic manager. So I think he very much ruled. I think Sean Maloney's realised that he isn't a manager; he's an assistant manager or a coach. So I think he's ruled himself out as being Celtic's manager. A lot of the suggestions are that Ange Postecoglou's ruled himself out as Celtic's manager. One name that I hadn't thought of initially, but makes some sense, Craig Bellamy, but he has said that he's committed to be the Welsh manager and he has no intention of leaving Wales in the lurch mid-season or mid-World Cup qualifying campaign, which is one rationale that some people might put forward is Craig Bellamy might be keen to do the job. He's got a pretty decent record as Welsh manager. I don't think Wales are in a great position in terms of qualifying for the World Cup. So he might be a possibility for Celtic several months down the line. So it may be that they extend Martin O'Neill for a bit of time. My personal preference probably is for Hayden of Bruges or Knutsen of Bodo Glimt, simply because of their ability to work within the same sort of transfer model framework that Celtic use, their ability to bring through players and develop them and improve them. Both Bruges and Bodo Glimt have had good success in European competitions, particularly Knutsen has won 4 league titles in Norway. Yes, I was really impressed with him. Several members of my family are Motherwell supporters, and they've been very impressed with him since he's come into their club through the summer. They've obviously had a lot of different managers over the last few seasons. real lack of continuity. But say my 3 or 4 members of my family are Motherwell supporters. They really, really like him as a manager. I suspect that Celtic as a club and Celtic as fans are probably looking for a bigger name than him. Although, to be fair, we brought in Ronnie Dahlia all those years ago. He didn't really come with a particularly big name. I think there's a similar argument with Ange Postecoglou. He wasn't a name that we really knew much more about in Scotland when he came. I think a lot of Celtic fans thought our manager was going to be Eddie Howe. He strung Celtic along for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then at the last minute pulled out. I think in the long run, probably getting Postecoglou for Celtic was much better than it would have been had we got Eddie Howe. I think the possibilities of Neil Lennon coming back to be Celtic manager are next to zero. I think him being the caretaker manager and then the short-term manager after Brendan Rodgers left us in the lurch the first time around actually made quite a lot of sense, because he'd been closely involved with the club prior to Rodgers. He obviously had a legacy going back to the O'Neill days. So I think Lennon coming as a caretaker manager back then made a lot of sense. I don't think him coming in to be caretaker manager anytime in the future, or a permanent manager anytime in the future, I think that makes absolutely no sense at all. Yes, so Jezebel, as is often the case, if I agree, I think that the manager of Bruges, the manager of Bodo Glimt, I think they're both good options. If there was any possibility that one of the 2 ex-Borussia Dortmund managers would want to come to Celtic, I think they also would be the kinds of managers with a certain degree of prestige to bring in players from other countries, other clubs in Europe. I always thought that Brendan Rodgers was going to be that kind of manager as well, who would have a sort of cachet, an attraction to bring in players from other leagues, etc. That didn't really seem to be the case. Whether that was, again, comes down to the recruiting people, the scouting people, the finance people, I don't know. I had the kind of feeling that Rodgers had the reputation, or so people said, that he would bring in players from other clubs and other leagues so that they could learn underneath him. Yes, so fully agree. Neil Lennon coming back to be a Celtic manager definitely is a no-no. You could see Neil Lennon coming back to Celtic to be some kind of sort of club ambassador, Tommy Boyd style role, that kind of thing. But coming back to be a manager or any kind of role at Celtic other than sort of a ambassadorial role or a sort of PR role, etc. I can't really see him coming back in a million years. I've read all the same stories as yourself. They reportedly turned down Ajax. It's quite clear that Knutsen is definitely leaving Bodo Glimt in the next 6 weeks or so when his contract ends with Bodo Glimt. He's kind of planned that all season. They've known that all season. There are a lot of stories that he turned down Ajax, so I suspect he probably is looking for a bigger league than playing in Scotland. However, who knows? Certainly the Bruges manager, he seems to have been putting out feelers and rumours that he is actually keen to come to Celtic. One of the differences between Bruges and Celtic is Bruges are about 30 to 35 million pounds in debt. That clearly, obviously, isn't the case at Celtic. Celtic are 70 million pounds in the bank, etc. So part of Bruges' difficulty is that their debt is slowly going up and up and up, and it's fully manageable as long as they remain successful in Belgium and they also have success in Europe, that they can afford to have that bit of debt. However, that maybe is a restricting factor in terms of the managers at Bruges' base salary or the levels of contracts and so on that you can have with these players. So there are quite a number of stories that I've read that are suggesting that the manager of Bruges is keen to come to Celtic. But as I say, all these things are stories. Yes. It certainly feels that there are certain people whose names have been mentioned, who there would be a lot of animosity to those people coming to Celtic. So Neil Lennon, I don't think there's a chance of that in a million years. Robbie Keane, his name's been put forward quite a few times. I don't see him coming to Celtic. I don't think he's quite got the experience yet to come to Celtic. Clearly, there are a lot of issues that turn Robbie Keane off as being a manager to come to Celtic in terms of the fans, regarding his time in Israel. A lot of fans are against Ange Postecoglou coming back. So I think there are quite a number of managers who Celtic just wouldn't be keen to have. Quite surprised, actually. Quite a lot of people seemed quite positive about Kevin Muscat coming to be Celtic manager. Clearly, he was going to see his contract out with Shanghai, take them to the title. Rangers weren't willing to wait for him. It seems I would be very, very surprised if Kevin Muscat was anybody that Celtic were looking at. I don't think many Celtic fans would want Kevin Muscat to be the Celtic manager, but who knows? I think in general terms, there's been quite a lot of people who are quite welcoming of Kieran McKenna as a manager, Knutson, Hayden of Bruges. I think they're all quite popular with Celtic fans. Yep. So Graham Martin, I would tend to agree. Regarding Kevin Muscat. I was really surprised when I saw his name being put forward. I was really surprised when quite a number of Celtic fans were saying that they quite fancied Muscat. He clearly has done well in Japanese football and Chinese football. Coming to manage Celtic obviously is a much bigger step up. In terms of quality of management and quality of players. Coming to manage Celtic obviously is a massively high pressure job. It's the kind of job managing Celtic or managing Rangers nowadays is it's win or nothing. And if you don't win the league, you're a failure and you don't get much chance to have a second go at things. Which is part of why Rangers have had so many different managers, so many different owners and board members and shareholders over the last decade, 2 decades, is because Celtic have been so incredibly successful on and off the pitch that it's meant the Rangers have changed the manager, changed their board, changed everything again and again and again, and they've got no continuity. Celtic at least have got a fair amount of continuity. Yes, Kevin Muscat certainly had a reputation. I don't actually remember him terribly well from his time playing for Rangers in terms of a player, other than the fact that I do remember he was a really dirty player playing for Rangers. But I don't actually have a really good, strong memory of his time at Rangers. So it's been great for Clashman Numpty to have joined the discussion. Always very entertaining quotes coming from him, entertaining thoughts. So I think, given the fact that we've been going for 4.5 hours, we probably should call it a day. I honestly didn't know it was quite so late in the night or early in the morning. So it is gone 1:30. So I think we'll call it a day. Thank you very much for everybody who has contributed. Thank you very much, Sligo Boy, who you've been pretty much with the live stream right from the start. I think you've had one or two challenges. So thank you very much for your diligence, your perseverance, your patience, etc. Thank you very much, Classman Numpty, Rubber Duck, DW, Graham Martin, everybody who's contributed, particularly to the respectful, pleasant, polite debates, etc. Pat McLaughlin earlier on, lots and lots of people. Pope Leo the 14th, Lauren the Green Machine, Kevin McKenna, thank you very much, everybody, as well. So thank you very much. We'll call it a day. We'll be doing another live stream next Thursday. Maybe take one or two wee measures to try and minimise the disruptive elements. Not that keen to do that, but probably for the sake of the enjoyment of everybody else, we might well need to do that. So we'll call it a day at 1:40 in the morning, 4.5 hours into the live stream. We'll do it again next Thursday. Thank you so much to everybody for participating, and best of luck to Celtic on Sunday. I'm pretty confident that Celtic will win on Sunday, get themselves into another final. Then our next game after that will be Midtjylland. The Midtjylland game, which is on the Thursday, that's an evening time, 5:45 kickoff. So we'll still plan to have the live stream at 9 o'clock. And it gives us a chance to talk about the Rangers match, but also talk particularly about the Midtjylland match. And maybe by that time, we'll know a bit more about who's going to be Celtic's manager, who's being really put forward as being a real strong candidate, etc. So, hail to everybody. I'm sorry, Clashman Numpty, that it's only been 15 minutes. I honestly didn't know that it was so late in the morning. I was happy to carry on a bit longer, but then I saw on my clock, it said 4 hours and 36 minutes. And I was told to try and keep the live streams a bit shorter by somebody else who's much more important. Anyway, so thank you very much for everybody. We'll chat again next Thursday. And so we'll finish off by saying goodbye. Thanks to everybody. Best of luck for Celtic on Sunday, and hail.